What it is.
The radio station in my pocket. The 777 Crew Radio. We 777 Crew Radio.
Yeah. Yeah. Up on that hill, we remember. Yo. They took him up there, hard road, heavy air. 2 P's on the sides, death hanging in the glare. Cavalry in the dirt, nails in the beam. Crowd full of noise, but heaven kept the scene. He looked at the crowd, no hate in his face. Blood on the wood, still he stayed in place. One word from the king could burn it all down. But mercy wore the crown when the city got loud. They don't know what they touched, what they sold. Still he spoke. Forgive them, Father. They don't know. Forgive them, Father. Mercy came. Yeah. One to the right, one to the left. Same broken breath, same final test. But he stood in the middle like a wall of grace. Pain in his body, but love on his face. Hood hate, street rage, all that gets buried. When the Holy One speaks, the whole block gets carried. Not revenge in the tone, not venom in the cry. Just a hard, clean truth that won't let us lie. Forget the fools with the stones in their hands. Forget the blind hearts that don't understand. They don't know what they touched, what they sold. Still he spoke. Forgive them, Father. They don't know. Forgive them, Father. Mercy came. Blood on the beam, but peace in the voice. That's a different kind of power, that's a different kind of choice. Yeah. If he could bless the ones who brought the pain, then even this broke world can be changed. Forgive them, Father. They don't know. Forgive them, Father. Mercy came.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Reno Town Mall. We are here with Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, live until 6 o'clock, 4001 South Virginia. If there's something you'd like to promote, something you'd like to discuss, maybe you got a bitch scraper complaint, an event coming up, maybe you've done something cool, come on down here. We'll put you on the mic. It's Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, starting momentarily. That's right, Reno. We are here live once again on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs from the Reno Town Mall. You may have heard the introduction which said it is open mic until 6 o'clock, but we've got a full house today. I can't say for sure I'm going to be able to get you in. We've got all sorts of guests today, including our regulars, as always, by my side. Grayson Negra Anejo Lee. What's going on, dog?
Oh, man, I'm doing great, man. Did a lot of walking. I'll tell you that much. A lot of walking.
Well, it's like I said on the show the other day. If you were white, your name would be Clay Walker.
But on everything, if it's still an open studio concept, because if you come down before 6, I will become graciously, and I will let you have my seat.
Hey!
So it's still an open studio concept.
Instead of Grayson Lee, it's Gracious Lee.
You can sit on his lap.
Absolutely
not. Speaking of hump day regulars, and this has been a regular probably his whole life on Wednesdays to hump. But anyways, no, we've got none other than Jay Shufflebosen in the house. What's up, dude?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, good, man. You drove in from Carson, right?
Yeah, I came in from Carson.
All right. How was that drive?
Getting a little congested around Mount Rose Highway up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's traffic continues to grow here in the Truckee Meadows, and if you're just tuning in, it's 4 o'clock, 4:08, in fact. And let me check the skies here. 96.2 degrees. It's hot, man. It's hot out there, but clear skies. So if you wash the car, you should be okay today. That's usually my tall tale of when it's going to rain, snow, or whatever. Shower. It's going to be when I wash my car. But luckily,
same with me. With me. Every time I wash the car, 2-3 days later, it starts raining. Or when my back starts raining.
That part.
Oh man, that does suck. Well, either way, it's a hot day out there. Grayson, you should be taking Ubers or something, dude. It's hot.
I'm just dedicated to the cause, man. If grind is a grind, no matter what the situation is.
Well, I love you for that because today you were grinding wieners over at the
pause. But yes, I was earlier.
Pause, but yes, I love that.
I was at Reno Sign and Design earlier today for their Winter Wednesdays, and I kind of gave them an idea, and it's going to come out real soon. They have a graphic. It was great.
Well, if you've not gone to our page yet, which is Northern Nevada's Voice, KNR KPGF on Facebook, I have posted those pictures up on our story. You can go and check out Grayson's hat, but not exactly what we're going to be, having coming up with them. So there is some big things on the horizon, including the stickers we got today with what looks to be Nicolas Cage as a hot dog, spread eagle with a squiggle of mustard down his belly. And if you just take a look at the sun, that might be the best part of the whole entire sticker. I've got in the house with me today, Sierra and Jocko. What's going on, guys?
How you doing, Big?
Doing good, my brother.
Wow.
Doing good, man.
Great to see you.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Well, Peppermint Hippo always throwing quality entertainment, and the entertainment director is this guy, Jocko, right here, and his left-hand lady, Sierra.
We use that all the time now. We use that all the time.
I love it. Hey, it makes sense.
It fits.
The left-hand lady. Well, anyways, regardless, if you really take a look at what's going on tomorrow, then you can tell that folks are going to be very excited just by taking a look at these tickets that I have in hand, which are tickets that if you would like to win, we will do some sort of a post or something here in the next couple hours and see if we can get some traction on some free tickets to Jello Wrestling After Dark. It starts at 10 p.m. So if you sneak out of the house, you're going to have to claim it's an emergency to the old lady.
She can come too.
Well, yeah, well, absolutely. There's room for this. You know what's funny? I was just sitting with my girl last night, and I was watching videos of because I was showing her how we have King of the Cage coming up this coming Saturday, right? And I always open up the show, which I will be this. And also, we're going to have Last Chance tickets this coming Thursday afternoon, so make sure you stop in for those between 4 and 6 as well. However, I was showing her the video of me announcing it as I'm scrolling. The very next video that came up was the midget wrestling there that you had at the Peppermint Hippo. Yep. And so I started showing her. I'm like, oh my God, look at these two guys. And just the fun.
It was a huge event.
Oh my God. Somehow, some way you pulled it off. I still believe with all my heart, if this event goes like that one did, anything like it, which it may, which could even double up if you have midgets Jello wrestling. Anyway, you just have to make sure the pool is like.
I like that.
Well, you want to make sure the pool's only 4 inches. Yeah.
It's a big thing everywhere.
No, these little dudes drowning.
People love midget wrestling.
I love it, man. I'm telling you, that was our. I mean, we sold out like crazy. Like it was. The line was.
Jocko, I will tell you this: we could just do it as a checkup next year sometime. Let us put the regular size wrestling ring in there and have regular wrestlers come in. Okay,
I'm not kidding.
We can do that, but I just want to let you know off the top. I already know, bro. It's going to be like maybe a quarter of that attendance because that's just the way. For some reason, Reno has this obsession with midgets. I would hate to be I would hate to be a midget that works at the brothel.
I'm telling you, we got
freaky. You feel like a train tunnel.
So freaky, but
next month we got the midget stripper burlesque comedy show.
Oh man!
Next month in September, Bridget the midget. She's gonna be there.
Bridget,
the porn star. I remember her. She's gonna be in the show.
Forget.
Yeah. So
Yep. Well, I actually got to see her with oh my gosh.
Didn't she date Joey Ryan at one point?
Oh my goodness. He might have given her the dick flip. He never. I don't think he actually dated her. I don't know. That's weird. Joey Ryan. That guy worked at Disneyland.
You just look at that guy, you start itching.
Right. Well. Hey, we knew him back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Who was it? He used to date Candace LeRae?
Well, yeah, I think so. Well, they definitely had a thing.
Right. Right. Yeah, we all knew that. Anyways, we all know her with Johnny Gargano, the depressed guy now that hangs out on boxes and gets paid millions of dollars.
Yeah, just to be like a log. Right? That's literally what he looks like on SmackDown, a log.
Okay, well, speaking of wrestling, we got the Jello wrestling, obviously. Let's stick on the subject here, and it's not Joey Ryan and his wiener flips.
Yeah, no, tomorrow's going to be good, man. Sierra's going to be the ref tomorrow night. We got a nice little referee outfit for her. So she's going to be reffing all the matches tomorrow. We got 8 matches going on.
Are you doing like a so 8 matches?
Huh? Yeah, no, it's legit, bro. I fought in the past,
right?
All that stuff, and I put on fights. And I'm running it just like that. Like it's
let me ask you, Mr. Promoter, and Booker.
Yeah.
Are you? Which I love this, by the way. How did you determine your main event?
Well, there's no specific main event. The girls are fighting. They're wrestling in teams. We got a blue team. We got a red team. There's 8 girls on the red. There's 8 girls on the blue. So yeah. Because when I originally started it, it was going to be wrestling each other. But some of the girls were getting a little too excited about, I had girls like, I'm working on my chokeholds. I'm like, all right, you got to make this fun and sexy, So we got a little different variation of the Jello wrestling, but it's good.
Me and Jay already know the liability of this is.
We got the waivers. The waivers are already being signed. They've already been signed.
Yeah, you got it, and you can't even step a toe in this.
Yeah, no, we got the Jello, we got the pool, we got everything ready to go. That's how Mr. T became famous. He was national champion of midget boxing. Yeah, he's from Chicago. He was from Chicago. Yeah,
isn't that crazy? That is insane.
Man, all I gotta say is I'm glad you did your CYA contract.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
that's the
Gotta
first
have
thing as
that,
a wrestling promoter you have to
Oh,
do,
yeah,
whether it's
got it.
Jello, midgets,
Gotta have
regular
it.
guys, or apartment wrestling from the
Gotta
90s in magazines.
have
Jay,
it.
you know what I'm talking about?
Only
Those
2 hours.
PWI insiders, like you're like, ooh, what is this? Anyway, we do have Jay Free, rapper Jay Free, in the house with us a little bit later on, and we're gonna play some of his music, hopefully. Also, Mark Isaac is with us today, and we're gonna be talking with him. So we've got lots of fun going on here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and don't forget we are live here at the Reno Town Mall, 4001 South Virginia. If you'd like to watch us or see us or hear us, whatever it is you want to do, as long as it's not outside of the studios, well, then go over to northernnevadasvoice.net. Well, hold on a minute. You can go and see Sierra as a referee tomorrow night at the Cello Wrestling, which I'm excited. I'm sure you're gonna be a sight for sore eyes in that sexy referee shirt.
Yep.
There you go. Anyway,
Now it's locked down. I was trying to get out of that one.
oh no, that's okay. I know. Hey, right? Jocko's like, you're gonna do it or not? You know, like,
What he said.
right? Walk the plank. No, it's gonna be fun. Honestly, it should be. But here's the problem with this whole thing now, Miss Referee, and I know this from any, I guess you could say, partial shoot wrestling matches or whatever.
Mhm.
You are going to have to negate afterwards talking to these people who are the losers or the finishes. You know, you're going to have to be like, sorry, I called it. You got to do that pose right before. It says right there in the middle.
He's
Yeah.
gonna be the official one.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just in the ring.
I'm gonna be outside the ring.
Oh, so
Yeah.
you're just
The real.
Oh, so Jocko's going to be on the earpiece.
I'll be
Oh,
on the
I
outside.
got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Jocko Cone. John Cone.
we
I
got
love
one for the looks and one
Got
for the
the-
actual
exactly.
officiating. I love that.
Oh, this is great. Okay, I can imagine this now. I'm starting to think.
Yeah.
So what did you guys end up with? Is the Jello? Did you
Like 14 by
It's a good sized pool. We did a practice run last week.
Wait, how big is it?
14 feet by
It's 14
No,
feet.
it's 10 by
10 by like.
Yeah.
You could fit a bunch of.
Yeah.
No one's your
Oh man,
Well, we were thinking
talk about a midget battle
midget,
royale,
midget
man.
Jello wrestling. I mean, we got all kinds of
Oh my
stuff.
god, dude! You just throw a bunch of life preservers in there, and it would
Oh,
look like Cheerios with flies in a bowl of cereal.
With the biggest spoon humanly possible.
Clean out Winco of all their Jello.
Yeah, actually. So, how did you determine the flavor of the Jello?
Well, we got the.
It's not edible.
It's made for Jello
Oh,
wrestling. It's made
oh.
for Jello wrestling. It's not like Jello you buy.
You gotta put that in the thing, like if tell the contestants do not consume.
Yeah, they know. Yeah, we told them all that. Yeah, and the guys can hold them off for $50 for the match.
Oh, so that's an add-on right there.
That's that. Yeah.
That's the Vince McMahon cooking stuff right there.
You can hose off
Yeah,
the
it
Jello.
is. So much is. Oh my goodness.
Somebody said like Vince McMahon was the feed a dead horse. No, after the horse is dead, you fillet it,
Sell it.
Yeah,
Yep.
sell the
Right.
horseshoes, sell the mane.
That's so neat.
There's nothing more Vince than that statement right there.
Yeah.
that is wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I know, but just
$50 to hose them up.
$50 is great. That is great. Anyway,
I never
Take
would have
that.
thought of that.
Take that as you will.
I might hose them off for free.
Hey.
It depends which one. No, actually, well, to be fair, if I was going to Hippo, all of them are pretty good.
We got a classic.
Yeah, and now, Jay, have you ever been to the Peppermint Hippo?
I'm not.
What?
I'm not.
There's another
Yeah,
friend of
check
the
it out.
show. We need
Yeah.
to come over.
Yeah, we need to-
We got great food. Yeah, great food.
Yes.
I'll take you on a field trip, and if
Yeah.
you feel inclined, you can go on a field trip.
Yeah. To your favorite rocket ship.
Yes.
Jello.
That's right. Is the second story going to be open?
Probably.
Yeah, you're going to probably.
It's gonna be a big night. So,
Have you sold out those VIP booths yet?
A couple of them. A few of them. Yeah. One on the big one on the side, the small one on the side, and then the other one there on the couches. Yeah,
Oh man,
they're good. We're on Eventbrite. You get tickets on Eventbrite, or you can get them at the door.
That's
Dude.
awesome.
what's the address again?
1060 Telegraph Street, right here in Reno.
That's
How much
right.
are the tickets? $30. 30 bucks. Can't beat it. Can't beat it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And remember, we are going to have some tickets available. If somebody's interested in getting involved, call or text right now, 775-360-0692. That's 775-360-0692. 775-360-0692. And also, may I throw in as well, I would love for you to go over and check out all the ways you can check me out and the rest of the shows on the station at northernnevadasvoice.net. That's northernnevadasvoice.net. And if you want to see me on all social medias, it's at Biggs Blunt. So BIGGSBLUNT. Stack show today, as I mentioned, we've got the Peppermint Hippo Reno. They've got Jello Wrestling going on tomorrow night. It's not next week. It's not next year. It's not even next month. It's tomorrow night, right here in Reno.
Yep.
Make the plan, guys.
The best way of promoting in Reno, the day before or the day of.
Yeah, honestly, dude.
On everything.
It's like the times we're living in now.
Well, really, it's like, it's like picking if you want a midget, right? It's like it's a decision you make on the spot.
Wow.
Right. You don't actually go out anywhere and go, I'm going to run into a midget today. Yeah, it just kind of happens.
You know who I would love to give a handshake to Grayson Wee.
Grayson Wee. Oh my God, yes. Did you ever see the video, Jocko? Okay, so you know what, Sierra?
Sounds like I'm in for something.
I do. Oh my God! Now that you say that, I did not know that you had never seen the video before, and so here I'm going to have to actually go and go to the page and show you this while we're here on the air. Let's see here. All right. It is.
No, is it really? That's awesome.
I don't know. Sierra, come grab this for him real quick. I'm going to make you move, girl. It's okay. She looks a lot better walking across the room than Jocko. Oh, okay. Well, hey, that's all right. She's snaking it. Yeah, that's all right. You just got to hit the play sign for. Make sure Jocko watches this with you. Yeah, because I want to get your guys' reaction. So this was the
we got going.
well. There was a little midget there that looked like Grayson. So I kept calling him. Grayson Wee.
That is. Oh, dude, that looks just like him. I remember that guy. He was the pimp.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I would love to give him a
That is a
handshake for
mission, bro. That is exactly your.
I kept calling him Grayson. This is the.
That is exact. Oh my God. That's funny.
I felt that was
I want to
appropriate.
hold on, Sierra. Come here.
That was.
I got to show her just one part here because this is honestly, this is the best part. The guy Grayson dives off of the thing, and then he hits. Watch this, the titty twisters. Watch this. Oh my God,
man.
That was great.
Shout
That
out
was
to
great.
that event.
That was a great night, man.
dude, that was so much fun.
That was a great
But
night.
but okay, let me get back to what I
You look
originally
just like him.
when I
Holy
scrolled off
cow,
of here.
very little.
I know, right? Grayson Wee. I would love to have him on the show if he's ever in town again.
That would be cool. I'll see when they're coming to town next.
Right.
We can get them on.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
For
so
real.
but honestly, you guys have to do a matinee show for that too next time. There's no reason not to. If they're already in
Brought
town,
up last time.
you just do the matinees, right? So and that will also bring people in for the day shift girls,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So you do a 2:00 or 4:00
Yep.
show.
And then have them come back at 11.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Great idea. I wrote that down. Yeah, I write everything down. You know?
I know you're just like I'm on top of it. I got it.
That was
So
a great idea.
that's crazy. Well, so we've got these tickets here, and once again, 775-360-0692. If you would like to win some tickets, go ahead and text me over. I want tickets. I will give you 2. Just make sure you state your name, and I will already have your phone number if you text. Once again, 775-360-0692, and you could be going to Jello Wrestling, featuring 16 beautiful ladies.
And they're going to be topless in there, too.
What?
They're going to be topless in the Jello.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Titties and Jello.
Yep. They're going to be topless in the Jello, too.
Bro, why we should have had a commercial playing going titties and Jello, titties and Jello, titties and Jello, titties and Jello.
Titties and Jello tomorrow.
There it is. Crazy. He's fresh off of Wiener Wednesdays. Of course, he had that covered.
Yeah, we
Hey,
did that.
it's not my fault you brought in Peppermint Hippo on the Winter Wednesday.
I guess
It's just poetically perfect.
that's funny.
Yeah,
That is so funny.
Topless Jello wrestling. I guess that's
Hey, there you got
I
it,
just
man.
like assume everybody knows there because it's a triple. But yeah, it's topless tomorrow night. Yeah.
Okay, so dude, honest to God, I'm not lying. I didn't even think about it being
Yep,
topless until you
yeah,
just said it.
Yep.
So that's probably my own fault. Yeah. Anyway,
Everyone should.
yeah,
The phones
You
ringing
are?
off the hook now.
100% of the time, there's no convincing.
100% of the time.
Okay, I don't know if you'd ever danced or done it.
Most of the time.
You did your time. Okay, she's like, I'm on the other side of the pole now. Right. I love that. Well, yeah, that's right. You're working in the backside now, right? And so, all right. Well, yes. Well, I'm sure she still walks away and works that backside. Anyways.
She just did it. Walking in.
Right? You see what I know what you're wearing, girl. You know what you're doing. Anyway, 4001 South Virginia is the scene of the crime. If you want to come down here, we are live until 6 o'clock here today. What, Grayson? Yeah, I know, dude. I know. There's a reason for this. It's because we have only limited time with the Peppermint Hippo, and folks know how I am. Yes, right there. I'm already getting other texts. So I say before we do that, let's go on to our 420 roll call, which is now 427, which is apparently on stoner time.
Yes, so it
Today.
makes it even more 420.
Right. Okay. Charles, Pearl, Barry, Giacomo.
What's up, brother?
What's up, bro? I got you on that. Monica's checking in. Davis, he's going to be in here a little bit later. Jen. Roland is checking in as he rolls home to Spanish Springs. Thank you for joining me and Grayson today at the table and hanging out and making it such an awesome experience because I love conversations with Roland and Cheryl. Oh, yeah. And I had some really good time with them today. Also, Teddy P's checking in. Jennifer's checking in. Matt is checking in. Thad. Tall Trevor. Damien's even checking. Oh, my gosh. Listen, a lot of people. Scott from Nevada Firearms Academy and Carmelo from the Beyblade Extreme Club. We've got a lot of new people to the table today. And so I'm just going over and checking this out. Once again, that's facebook.com/BiggsBlunt, BIGGSBLUNT. And if you would like your name or your business said, all you have to do is simply drop your name right there, and I will say it out loud, hopefully daily. Who else we got here? Who else did I forget? Oh, just getting more text on the same person. That's okay. Anyways.
How many more people we're going to pass this blunt to?
Right. Good question. Yeah. If you'd like to be a part of the blunt, well, simply get a hold of us. Best way to do that, too, by the way, is by going over to northernnevadasvoice.net. And that's where you can hit the contact us button and all the contact information is there. And yeah, we got our first winner of some tickets. Actually, it's Charles. So I think if Charles said he's going to Jello Wrestling tomorrow, 2 tickets. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes, Charles.
Topless
Yeah, I know. So
Topless midget Jello.
when I was young,
tomorrow.
Go Magic.
Next month. Are they going to be top?
right. The midgets, are they going to be topless? That's good. Yeah.
There's so much I can say.
The itty bitty titty committee.
Oreos, I don't know.
Oreos.
Mosquito bites.
Mosquito bites.
Crazy. Are these legal statements?
I'll dial it down. It doesn't say mosquitoes on this thing.
Oh, yeah. No. There's nothing about mosquitoes.
Titties.
Yeah, right. Just nothing about either one of those, honestly. And those are all those are good things here. And anybody that's listening knows this, right? Thank you once again for joining us here on Facebook.com/BiggsBlunt, or if you are over at northernnevadasvoice.net, because that's where you can find us on YouTube. That's where you can find us on Instagram, and possibly on all of our other sites that we have available to you, including streaming services at AmericaMatters.us. Once again, we do ask that you please go over there and check out the GoFundMe for El Grande Americano at Eduardo Floyd. As you may have heard about his situation, it's really sad. So we are hoping that everybody gets over there and visits the GoFundMe and gives. Sadly, he did lose his wife on Saturday, and he's still battling for his life right now. So we are just hoping, and she's the only victim so far, only death, I do believe, of the bug fire. So yeah, just sad news there. And hopefully, I am going to have one of his adopted daughters on the show. So that should be good. And I'm hoping her name's Keaton Wakefield. So we're hoping to have her on the show Friday. So that should be a very impactful episode. Yeah, to have her first family member on. Earlier today, Erlene, one of his best friends in the entire world, Erlene Forsyth, who bought the Wainema Ranch years ago from him, actually, was on the show doing an hour of prayer during what would have been Eddie's first show since the tragic incident there at the Wainema Ranch last Thursday. So I can't believe we're almost a week displaced from the situation. Eddie's still battling on. We hope everything works out for the best. Family, much love and respect to you guys. I just want to one more time talk to you guys here. Jocko, sorry we have to kind of go off on a somber note,
man.
but
Hey, man, we've been thinking about that. Our hearts, our prayers, everything goes out to all the family here, for you guys too. That situation,
right.
praying for everybody, man.
Well, we survived Winter Wednesday together, whether it be here at the station or whether it be over at the Sign and Design Shop. I do have a couple awesome guests that are, patiently waiting to come in. They're going to be with us today. We got Jay Free, Mark Isaac. Should be a good show. I wish I'm not the most sharp-dressed man in the room anymore. Mark Isaac.
Oh yeah,
I know.
super.
Enrique Iglesias over here. Save some for us,
I'm gonna
bro.
go buy a house today.
I know. It's okay.
The conversation I was having with him just before we started, you might want to check it out because we got a lot of information. That's for sure.
Well, even though I'm the GM, they say trust for the job you want. Apparently, I'm
Right.
dressed to be a stoner. I have no clue what's going on. I have no clue what's going on around here.
Yeah, you and me both.
Anyways, I dress on my pay scale. That's why I don't show up in here naked. Anyways, helicopters for everybody. Anyways, wood. No, I didn't try to buy. This is for sure. No, I'm joking.
Maybe we can get that swimming pool over here.
Yeah, the owners.
Hold on. We did have a discussion about having a pool in here.
Yeah, we do have a mobile pole.
A mobile pool.
One of these days, we might have to bring that in. We might have to bring that in one of these days.
Oh my gosh. Well, Jocko,
Yep.
thank you
Appreciate
for
it,
joining us. Tell everybody out there one more time what's going on and what
yeah.
time and the address. And all that kind of stuff.
Thank you, guys. Tomorrow, Peppermint Hippo, Jello Wrestling, 160 Telegraph Street. Come on through. The show starts at 10. Doors open at 8 for the show. $30 a ticket. Get them on Eventbrite, and it's going to be a fun, crazy time for everybody. So come see us.
Awesome.
All right,
And
Sierra.
Sierra, any last minute things you want to say? Like visit extremeheating.com or something like that.
That's another next time.
Right, we're going to do a little something there.
Thanks. I appreciate you having us on, man. We appreciate it.
I got you, dog. I got you. So yeah, you just shoot me a message after you get out of here. Let me know what's going on with that. And yeah, let's make big things happen, man.
Do it.
Hoping to have you guys on board to do some big stuff.
Yeah.
So, all right, thank you. That's the Peppermint Hippo right there. I am Jay Biggs, and I am the host of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Thank you so much for joining us. And just to say thank you to Cheryl and Roland for that awesome meal that I got today from them. I just want to say thank you, and of course, play their commercial now. So if I can find these spots here. Oh, there we go. Sign and Design. Thank you, guys.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, it does right. Sign and Design Shop will make it shine bright. Just a kiss. It's a direct reflection.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants you that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitted and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround. We're the people behind every order. find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
At a Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women, from all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes. Our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and getting them the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by a Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in Reno Town Mall today. And along with the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
That's right. We're back here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, and 1400 on your AM dial. You may have just landed upon your new favorite radio show. You might think this whole thing completely sucks. I don't care what you think, because I'm having conversations that nobody else is here in Northern Nevada on the airwaves with people that are real. They're not robots. They have opinions. They have thoughts. They can think for themselves. They're free thinkers. They're not just told what to say and what to do here on this station, because this is a station for everybody. I don't care what your age is. I don't care what your race is, what your ethnicity or, what your political stance is. I don't care. This is something for everybody. Just as long as you don't like little kids. This is not for you.
I was gonna start clapping until you said that last part right there.
Right.
You could have clapped before that.
Yeah,
part.
I thought he was gonna end, but then he started talking again. So I was like,
I would say, I don't think you can say I like little kids on the radio.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can clap, just don't clapping kids. So, okay.
Crazy, insane work for that statement. Insane.
Well, it's the truth. Anyways, but Anyway, with that being said, let's move on to other things in life. I've got Mark Isaac in here and Jay Free. Mark is here to discuss real estate in the real estate market, right?
Oh, absolutely. So I have a background in mortgage, and now I'm an agent with Ferrari Lund Real Estate.
Nice.
And, it's a really turbulent market right now. We're seeing prices actually decrease, which is great for anyone looking to purchase a home.
That is very nice.
Yeah. So back in 2020, when interest rates were artificially pushed down through COVID, house prices got artificially inflated. And now the number one thing I'm hearing from people is that they simply just can't afford a home, or they've given up. And I like to instill that into anyone I'm talking to. Just, guys, it's not impossible. We can always work something out. I've seen homes go for literally $300,000 less than listing price. It's possible, guys.
Oh yeah. They're usually closing costs or something. It's something holding them back. It's funny you say that, because as someone who works 60 plus hours a week, it seems like here at the station, it is questionable. How do you afford actually buying a home? Now, I'm not even going to slightly lie to you, bro. Maybe by the end of this conversation, you could help me out, because I've always been scared to own a home, because I just feel like I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where my life is going to be, dude, in a year. I might meet a girl that's a trapeze artist in Barnum and Bailey Circus.
Right.
And I'm off to the circus next week, bro.
She could be Jello wrestling it tomorrow.
She could. No.
don't worry, we got you covered, man.
Those ones are local. I already know them probably. I've probably already seen those titties.
No lies were told, though.
So that's a really common thing that we hear in the industry. The unknown factor. I don't know where I'm going to be at. On average, people own their home about 7 years. And as another fun factoid, once you purchase your first home, most of the time you'll purchase 3 to 4 more over your lifetime. So I think the hardest thing is just getting started. Go out there, talk with the professionals, talk with people that are in the scene that know what they're doing. Everyone in the industry wants to help you. It's the hardest part is just getting started.
Right.
Making that phone call, sending that text message or that email saying, hey, my wife and I are looking to do this. And what's the first step? How does it work? And that's where we take over.
Right, absolutely. So you guys are like a liaison for everything that's involved there.
I am a legal fiduciary.
Hey, okay.
And I have a master's degree in business. So anyway, there's that too.
Okay. Well, okay, Mr. You know a lot.
Letting y'all know.
That's exactly why I hyped it up the way I did, because this man has a lot of information.
Right. Well,
I appreciate it.
No, 1,000,000%. Absolutely. No, and you're very well spoken, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. It's an honor.
This is good, man. So, we also got Jay Free in the house, local rapper. What's up, dog?
Yo, what's up?
So not much, dude.
It's kind of hard to follow that, man.
I know
he's pretty good.
You're like I'm making rap albums in my grandma's basement.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm about to perform for like 10 people. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, hey, all right. So you do have some stuff coming up, though, right? Some
I do,
performances.
Yeah. Definitely, man. I got music coming out. Pretty soon. I've dropped like 6 songs since like last month. I got a song on the radio right now on 104.9. I got Dance Baby or Dance for Me. It's by Jay Free. And then I am performing.
That's on 104.9 here in town?
Yeah, 104.9 here in town.
How did they actually start playing local music? What? Who did you get connected through that for?
Man, bro, I feel like it's just all God's timing alignment. Is just
Amen.
One thing led to another. Right. I hit up an old friend who worked at that station. He's no longer working there. But he helped me out. And
who was that? Tony Tone?
Yeah, Tony
That's
Tone.
my boy.
Shout out Tony Tone.
Does he still have the car detailing business?
I'm not really too sure, bro. I haven't really spoke to him like that. I just hit him up out of the blue, and then he was, kind enough to bless me with Bill Scholl's.
Oh yeah.
So I hit up Bill, and
Bill's a good dude.
It it was totally love, man. Shout out to Bill, for sure. He was showing me love. He got my song on the radio within like the first 3 days when I sent him my music, bro, and it's still playing till this day. Like it's been like a month and a half.
See, that's the thing.
That's
is
awesome.
Bill
Yeah,
is
thank
the
you.
guy,
Yeah,
just
that's
so you
great,
all
man.
know, when I moved here in August of 2003, Bill was the first guy to give me an opportunity in this town too.
Yeah, dude. He's really
Much love and respect to Bill Schultz,
Yeah,
who,
for
who,
sure.
who is a radio icon in this town. And he's, been in kind of my position that I'm in now for many years at Reno Media Group. And so he wears many hats.
Yeah.
So much respect to him for giving any opportunity
For
to somebody
sure.
local, because there is no other stations doing anything like that.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's all love, man. And once I heard my song on the radio, I'm not even lying, bro. Like Drake's new song was playing, and then I came up and I was like, "What the heck? What's going on, bro?" Like I thought it was gonna be maybe like an hour where they have local artists, and they announce it. Now playing your local artist, but no, my song's like playing
Right in the middle of all that stuff.
all
That's
that
cool,
good stuff,
dude.
bro.
What's the
Yeah.
name of that song?
On the radio on
Yeah.
104.9, it's called Dance for Me. But on
Dance for Me.
Spotify and Apple, it's called Dance Baby. So I think there was just like a miscommunication through email. So they put Dance for Me on 104.9, but it's
Okay.
called Dance Baby.
Nice. Okay. Well, we do have some tracks here. I want to play one from you. That's 93.7 on your FM dial right here, 103.3 FM, 1400 AM. That is Jay Free, Seasonal Lovers, in the studio with us, Jay Free.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, bro? Hey, man, you got Stand by Luck Pita. That happens each and every Monday right here on our station or stations. There we go. Northern Nevada's Voice, all three of them. And you can check out Luck, who is locally known here in the hip hop scene, and he has you come in and basically play your music. And if he stamps it, he does. If he thinks it sucks, he tells you.
Straight up, man. Shout out to Luck for sure. Luck Pete is a solid individual, bro. I haven't, I've been on this journey, bro. I've just been meeting people like who are on the same, journey, same path. They got like this success, insight, tunnel vision, and it's just so like divine, bro, when you meet people who are on the same
level.
quest,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Bro, I feel the same way because I haven't been in this scene too long myself. I've only been into the Reno radio scene for about a year and a half now.
Right.
And I've met so many icons. I've asked them questions. They give me feedback. So
Right.
I feel it.
Yeah, it's like love, bro. It's all love,
yeah.
man. Like straight up. It's and it's like really, I'm really starting to believe like, your friends and your family, they're not the ones that are gonna help you blow up. It's gonna be complete total strangers.
Yep.
Bro.
Dog on
Complete total
everything.
strangers, yeah.
The people you would never expect out of nowhere.
Yeah. And I kind of just accepted the fact, I accepted that fact, and I let friends be friends. I let, people that I know here and there just be that, like my family be that, and stop like, waiting for them to like help me blow up. And just, I know it's like going to be strangers, bro. It's just, I kind of settled with that fact, and it just makes me feel a lot more comfortable when I put stuff out and I don't get the reactions from like that I would want from the people I know. Which is cool, because I get those reactions from people I don't know, bro.
Which makes it more organic and pure.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
authentic.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
But you
for
know
sure.
what I can say? Shout out to your sweater, man.
Oh, thank you.
I
bro.
was looking. I'm like, bro, you have 2 QR codes, one in the front and the back.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
so
great.
Some people can
That's great.
scan and just like, curious. I don't have anything on there. Nothing like, oh, I'm an artist, so I just leave it blank, and then people will come. Hey, can I scan you? Yeah, go ahead, man. And then they'll find my music.
That's awesome.
Honestly,
That's really cool.
That's a great gimmick.
Yes,
it is, dude.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. Yeah, you got me thinking now of cool ways to promote the station or something like that.
Right,
With those, like just QR codes everywhere.
You can definitely put those on the back of like your windshield on your car in the rear.
Or the back of the t-shirts.
Yeah, or the back of the t-shirts. I would suggest you make the QR code not so big, because I made mine's way too big, so it kind of bends, so people can't really scan it. So I would recommend a way smaller.
Oh, because the wrinkles in the
wrinkles,
material.
so
Yeah.
So definitely get one like maybe
we
this
should just get little square stickers made with the QR code and not even say anything about the station on them anywhere and just stick them everywhere.
Dude, that's
curiosity.
Smart.
That's awesome.
Smart. That's hella smart.
That could work.
I like it.
You know what?
Thanks for the tips, bro.
Yeah, now just randos. Yeah, I know. Like I'm marking.
Snowball.
You didn't copyright.
Hold on a minute. Snowball is a racist term.
Whoa. I'm sorry. I don't give a
Oh
damn.
my God, we're like a giant drug deal in here.
Oh, man.
Black, white, and a Mexican.
All we're missing is the cocaine.
Yeah,
That's all we're missing. We'll have a grand old time.
Oh my God, we're getting pulled over for sure.
Gonna have to sell a lot more houses.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe come to Tyre. Do you remember Mark the show Dave Chappelle show?
Of course I do. Yes.
Do you remember Tyrone Biggums when he got
Oh
his
my
real estate
God.
license? And do you remember that?
I do not remember this.
Oh my
Tell
God.
me about it.
There's
it's been years.
I wonder. Hold on a minute. Maybe what I should do is just because I'm gonna have to pull this up here. Tyrone Chappelle, and sorry, I'm a slide. I type like a chicken playing a keyboard at the county fair. Like, tunk, 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 tunk. Oh my God, what was it that I'm trying to think of? Oh, intervention. Intervention.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun.
I mean, I love Dave Chappelle. It's just that it's been a few years.
Well, hopefully there's no cuss words. Let's get this going here.
I tell you.
Oh man, good old Dave Chappelle.
Dude, man.
All right. Well, to get to the point of this whole thing, they're doing a intervention on him, right?
I don't know why, but I feel like every time they have this, it's just like you just start bobbing your head like all crazy.
Yeah,
It makes me, it makes me do
you
that.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to play this next one here because this is the one I'm talking about with real estate. Here we go. I love this story. Anyways, so he apparently sold it. So he sold the house while they were on vacation and bought crack.
This does ring a bell now, and I
Yeah.
think I love it. There's a lot of truth that's said in jest, and that is something that people in my field come up against because one expression we have is we're not in real estate, we're in the relationship business, and
Right.
I think that's what is the funny spin on that clip is. People have to be able to trust you and know and put their confidence in you that you know what you're doing.
Right.
It's one of the biggest purchases or sales of their lifetime. I think Dave Chappelle's spin on it was awesome. But it is something
Right.
that we come up against. People have to be able to trust you, know you, and like you.
And then
that's
sell their
true.
house and buy a bunch of crack.
Right.
I will not sell your house when you're on vacation, guys. Please.
Right.
I mean, is it weird to say trust me?
Well,
Hey, honestly, your track record is good, so you shouldn't have an issue saying those words.
Right. And,
Right.
and,
That could be a little slogan, like "Won't sell your house while you're on vacation."
and on top of that,
that's kind of catchy too. You can
put
make
that
all
on the business card.
Right.
I do love that he never promised he wouldn't buy crack with him.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if he does a good job, does it matter how much crack the guy buys afterwards?
Right.
Very true.
As long as he sells your house not on crack. Anyway, so oh my God. With that being said, maybe we take another break here real quick and play some more music. It is already 5 o'clock. I cannot believe we're halfway through this sucker here on the show. Here's one of my favorites, Soji. It's Social Enemies right here on the show. Stick around. It's Being Blunt with J Vic. Oh, that's right. What's up?
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
It's being blunt with Jay Biggs live right here on the Northern Nevada airwaves, 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 AM. Thank you so much for joining us right here on the program. And we are live from the Reno Town Mall, if you did not know. And if you want to be a part of the show, well, come on down, because you never know who's going to show up here. I do, for a fact, have a couple guests on right now, and we are hanging out, talking with them. And then on top of that, we've got a couple other guests that have shown up as well. It's just been one heck of a day. As I have with me by my side all the time is Grayson Negra-Nejo Lee, who is here in studio with us right here. And every Wednesday, Jay Shuffle Bosun is in the house. It's Bosun. Now you got to be boasting about your YouTube channel, man. Tell everybody about it.
Oh, the YouTube thing?
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I started that during the COVID lockdowns when I wasn't working and I couldn't leave the house and I was just going crazy. And my wife said, you know, why don't you start a YouTube channel and just talk about the things you've done in your life? And because you lived an incredible life and you got like, a bunch of crazy stories. And I said nobody's ever gonna see it. YouTube is a black hole of content. You can never, there's so much stuff, and it's like a needle in a gigantic haystack. Nobody's gonna find my stuff. No, and she said, well, then just let loose. Just don't censor yourself and just say whatever. And I started posting just some.
Sounds like me on the air.
I just started posting videos, just me talking and just telling stories, and nobody was watching. You know, I got like 10 views in 1 month, and I was like, oh my god, this is great.
What's the name of your channel?
It's just Jay Shuffle Bosun. So I mean, and then all of a sudden it just went nuts because I made a video about getting a boner during an ultrasound. And now hang on, now listen. I didn't think that anybody would ever see this video.
Okay, what did the nurse look like?
The story, and it's got over 1 million views and everything. So if you go on YouTube and type in "getting a boner during an ultrasound," you'll see it.
All righty, I know what I'm doing after the show.
Well, tell them about what's the other one, like a log crap or something? Or
It's the world record size poop I saw at Target. It was
both of those have gone extremely viral.
Yeah.
So yeah, hey, the things we're scrolling and seeing,
and I don't know why, but people click on it, they watch it, and they get a chuckle, and then I kind of realized, you know, and then I started getting like emails, like, Jay, don't stop posting videos on YouTube. You make my day, and you always crack me up and stuff. And I started getting a lot of that stuff. And I was like, well, I guess I'm making the world a little bit of a better place.
It's a good feeling.
And some days, for some people, they're having a bad day. They laugh at my embarrassing stories, and for those 3 or 4 minutes, they just kind of zone out of reality and the troubles that they're having. And
well, I think at the end of the day, you're making somebody smile.
That's kind of the whole point of it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good, man.
well, hey, things work out for a reason sometimes.
So turn that frown upside down every Wednesday. Jay Shuffle Bosun. Hey.
Oh man. Well done. Well done.
I do love it. Okay, well,
well done.
hey,
I won't
whatever.
do that again.
Whatever. No, it's not that bad. Honestly, I like it. So a little bit corny, but no, I'm joking. That's all right. We come from that.
We do.
But also, I do want to talk a little bit more to Mark Isaacs here. And
what's up?
Dude, tell everybody out there, because you obviously work with mortgages and selling homes and buying homes and stuff like that, So tell everybody out there what services you offer, where they can find you on the net, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so I'm a general agent. I specialize in both buying and selling. So anyone looking to buy a home, I'm someone that you can reach out to. I can show you what's on the market. If there's a property that you want to go tour and look at, we can set that up. Or on the other side, if you're looking to sell a home, that's when I can come in, tell you what we need to do to get this home ready to be on the market. I'll do a market analysis for you and also show you the price points, what's recently sold in the area, what we could realistically expect for an asking price. Because the last thing you want to do when you're selling a home is have the home go stale. And that's when, it's on the market for over 3 months, sometimes 6 months. I've seen some even getting close to a year. If it's marketed correctly, taken care of, it should move in 7 to 10 days. That's typically our guideline if we've done everything correct on our part. So that's the services that I offer. Anyone looking to get more information on that, I'm definitely a resource they can reach out to.
I got a question for you. So the people that are first-time buyers, potential buyers, it's a very overwhelming thing. It's a big life decision, as you
Absolutely.
said. What are some good questions that a first-time buyer should ask an agent?
Actually, yeah, that's a really good question, Jay.
I would probably say I'd probably start looking into what they know about the current market, the neighborhoods around the city, what things have recently sold for, just to make sure that they're in the scene. Also, if they have any sort of referrals of people that they've worked with in the past, that's a great thing. So I think that's a great quality of an agent when you can go, hey, like these are a few people that I've worked with that they're fine if I mention their name, if you want to talk with them, things like that.
Word of mouth is always the best referral.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So that kind of thing, when an agent is being a little bit ambiguous, not really giving full answers, I normally take that as somewhat of a concern. Just like, like you should be able to answer the question in entirety and full, and if you can't do that, and also get back to your clients. That's one of the number one things that people get, agents get complaint on is, I text you, I called you, and you never got back to me.
Well, they made that big sale and they finally took that Jamaican holiday they've always wanted to take.
Yeah, while you were on vacation.
No.
Speaking of market price, what's the average on the over the market price on houses that you've seen so far this year?
So are you asking how much typically they're over what they sell for?
Yes.
I would probably say anywhere from 30 to 50,000 on average. So if you see a house listed for 500,000, it's probably going to move for 450.
What is our median price in the area right now?
It's about 527, I believe. I'm kind of a nerd. I think it's a little bit over 5.
Okay, not too bad.
That's the best kind of nerd, especially if it's something that you love to do.
So you're saying like you got to like sell it for 50,000 more to get what you actually want. So it's like, if you want to, I'm saying like 600, you want to sell it for 600,000, right? And you're not going to say that. So you put 650 and they'll offer 600,000.
Well, that's one strategy that you can do. And that's part of the delicate conversations that I have to have with home buyers or sellers is the right listing price out of the gate. Because if it's priced too high, I mean, people aren't dumb. They're going to know that. They also have an agent that's advocating for them on their side. They're going to let them know that. Then the house can go stale. So we really try and say, this is what it's going to move for.
Okay.
We could go in at 650 and we could hope for the best. If we put it at 620, 615, it's going to move.
Okay. Sounds good.
See? That's what I'm talking about. You got to wheel and deal,
There you
man.
go.
There you
go.
Part of the game.
I always prided myself on getting good deals, and even buying a house, it doesn't have to be that set price, just like Mark's saying. So that's cool.
Yeah, sell me a haunted one if I could get a
A
10
discount.
grand off.
Yeah,
I have some of those.
Oh,
Well, hold on. Here's a good question for you, Mark, because when I was living in Missouri growing up, me and my parents went out one time when we were about to get a house. And they were signing the papers, and I actually had like a paranormal experience in the house. And I talked to, no, I'm not joking when I say this.
No, I believe you.
Don't laugh.
And it sounds funny, but it's true.
No, I was startled to hear that. Like I haven't heard this.
Okay, so
yeah, what happened?
Well, essentially, I went up the stair because they were in the I was young and really upset that day. I remember because it was just I didn't want to drive around looking for a house to live in, right? And they were going from house to house back then. It wasn't like the internet, right? And so we stopped at this house and they went inside and I figured they'd just be in there for a few minutes. They were in there for like 45 minutes. So I'm like, okay, I'll get out of the car and go talk to them, right? And I went in there and they were signing the papers and they're like, oh, go pick your new bedroom here in the house. And so there was a staircase right behind them that went up and switched back. And then you were on the top floor.
Gotcha.
And I went up the staircase, went to the switchback, got about halfway up there, and it felt like a force or something. I could not explain it. Was keeping me from walking up inside of that upper. Yeah, dude, I kind of get
terrifying.
Yeah, no, I'm serious, dude. I didn't see anything. I didn't smell anything. I didn't hear anything.
Did you run downstairs and smack the pen out of your dad's hand? Or?
No, dude. I literally turned right around and went right back down, and I was at the bottom of the stairs, and they looked at me and they go, "That was quick," and I said, "This might be a really weird question." But did somebody like die in here or something?
Oh my God.
And the lady literally, her jaw dropped and she looks at my parents. She looked at me and she goes, I can't lie. There was a kid about his age that committed suicide in here about 6 months ago.
How old were you?
No way.
Dude, I was 12, 14, somewhere in that range.
I can give a
Man,
quick
that is-
understanding of
It's crazy. So is there still laws
Oh, so
where you have to disclose that if there's been deaths in the house and stuff like that?
so you only have to disclose it if the house was the cause of a death. Because the thing is, people pass away all the time, and sometimes it's
That's true.
sometimes it's not a sad thing, like
Right.
let's
Yeah,
say
most people die at home.
yeah. So I mean,
Elderly.
if it's a husband and wife, for example, and let's say the husband passes and the wife goes, we were in this home for 30 years, and my husband passed, and I want to move. Nothing's wrong with the home.
No, yeah, right. Yeah.
But I
the
mean,
house
what you
isn't
what you
dead.
touched on, I'm glad you brought that up because one of the things I used to do to give back to the community, I actually was a suicide prevention counselor on 988.
That's what's
Oh,
up, man. This
wow.
guy, this guy
Yeah.
just keeps getting better and better.
Thanks,
Seriously, bro.
thanks.
No,
Thank you,
he's
Jeffrey.
gonna- he's gonna be like, I know CPR too as well.
I actually do.
Dude,
I
this
don't
guy's
think
set,
Mark
bro.
is just a real estate.
This guy,
Brown guy, dude. Straight
Yeah.
up.
I appreciate it, Joe.
Shout out to
he's
Mark.
one of those guys.
I try.
Yeah, not that. Okay. They know I love these guys, but
Right. I was already lost.
no, you're right. I know. But no, I just thought about that when you said that. I'm glad, dude, that you get involved with the mental health because even it's very big to us here on the show. We've had Nami on with us, and Grayson gets in. He gets involved with the mental health thing too, quite
Also,
a bit.
isn't
So
tonight supposed to be something that has to do with mental health?
Jello wrestling.
Yes.
Oh, that's
therapy,
tomorrow.
baby.
The Junction Radio tonight?
Yes,
And
that's
that-
more for the ladies. Tonight is the ladies' show, so we get to meet Mike Brazili's family.
I just saw the post that
Yeah, it's a very important thing. It's one of those things that a lot of people are talking about. And given my line of work that I used to do in the field, I've become very comfortable on talking about uncomfortable topics. So, and you need to do that. Anyone that's struggling, call 988, guys. Like everyone there wants to help you. It's completely confidential. It's a great service that sometimes people just, they don't reach out, and sometimes it becomes too late. So if you're in that place, really reach out. 988, call them. They'll talk to you. It's a great service. They want to help you.
I love that, man. I mean, it's the truth. And everybody struggles with stuff, man. One thing I do want to say, please, guys, there's one thing I can say about that whole thing. It's just not over a girl.
No, hell no.
Please,
No.
please.
No.
There's too many guys I hear, and that's the excuse. And it's just like, come on, bro. Please. Support cojones, man.
Straight up, bro.
Right.
you are a man. It's okay if you lose a woman. It's okay because at the end of the day, you still got to worry about yourself. You got to have
Right.
yourself care. How you gonna love a woman if you don't love yourself?
Right.
That's it.
And if you feel like killing yourself over, I don't think you should be in your life in the first place.
I don't think you should be dating at all
Yeah.
until you get yourself taken care of.
Believe me, I thought, yeah, right. You would think that.
Yeah,
Uh,
those are all things that come up in that line of work. It's a really interesting field. And one of the things that comes up is, people don't kill themselves or commit suicide because they want to die. They commit suicide to stop the pain.
Yeah.
That's what's
Right.
really going on there. And that's something I think to anyone that's struggling is a great thing to understand about anyone that's in that dark of a place is like they don't want to leave you. They're not being selfish. They're in so much pain that they just keep silently on their shoulders. It was an honor to be able to help people out of those situations. It felt really good. I do miss it sometimes.
That's
Right.
really cool.
Well, I mean, I got to tell you, I feel like really solid about everybody in my life right now, but that doesn't mean that everybody else is solid.
Right.
And what I mean by that is check on your friends, make sure that they're doing
Absolutely.
okay.
It's a 30-second text message. Somebody talk to them.
Right.
Check it out.
And I'm good too. I don't know if other people are like this or not, but I get random feelings about people, and I'm like, who do we talk to?
Absolutely.
And it might be 6-8 months since I've heard from them, or 8 years, like Jay Shuffle posted. but seriously, anyways, well, with that being said, I think it would be good to give some good words of advice. And with that being said, right now, Oliver Grind, my boy Oliver Grind here with Trust and Treat. He's got some words for us, guys. Check this out right here. It's Northern Nevada's Voice, KNR KPGF. How about that banger for your drive home right here in Northern Nevada? It is Trust and Treat Oliver Grind right here on KNR KPGF 93.7 on your FM dial, as well as 1400 AM. And we are live streaming on YouTube. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook at Northern Nevada's Voice. And you can go over to northernnevadasvoice.net and check out all the links to follow and watch us right there. Grayson Negra Neho Lee has been gracious enough to allow us to have the best website in all of Reno radio, guaranteed. If I'm lying, please call me out on it, but I know for a fact we got the absolute best site. And so does Grayson. Grayson, tell people about this special you got going on.
Right now, since the launch of this station's website, I am bringing out a $50 deposit for you to start your own website. You can come to me, bring your own brand, and I will bring your brand to life through the website.
That is absolutely amazing. So
I wanted a website. I can come to you and you can
absolutely
you can work with me and we can make it together.
100%.
He'll have it done tonight, dude. I'm not even slightly joking with you.
I don't sleep,
That's
bro.
what's up.
On everything I love, I don't sleep. And with that being said, my brain is on a creative overflow right now.
Okay.
So I would advise y'all to take advantage.
Yeah,
because
get it while you can.
Get it while you can, because if I want to take a break, it's going to be a break.
$50 deposit.
Yep. That's all it is, because I believe that people should be able to promote their businesses without paying for an arm and a leg.
I love that.
Yeah.
I really love that. I can get behind that.
Dude, right there. Boom. Awesome.
I tried to do this in the past with my old business that I had, used to be called Direct Fantasy Productions. I had my own LLC about like 5 years ago.
Okay.
Was able to do phone repair, computer repair, graphic design, web design, all of it together.
MarkIsaac.com.
I swear.
Hey, I think
sounded
we
good,
might
man.
be working together someday.
Hey, all you got to do is just send me a text and I got you.
What about
Give me your business card.
jfree.com?
All of it. Hey,
Jay
just
Free
let me
for real.
know. Just let me
I
know.
love it.
I'm open for all styles. You tell me what you want, how you want it to make it happen, and I'll make it happen.
Yeah, definitely got to get your info before I leave.
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure.
With that being said, info is, if you want to check me out that way, you can check me out at GraysonLeeExperience.space.
Grayson Lee Experience .space.
Yes.
LI for the Lee.
Yeah.
Okay.
LI for the league.
Okay.
And then on Facebook and Instagram, Grayson Lee 2007.
Or if you want an example of his work, just go to northernnevadasvoice.net.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
too.
That works too.
All of it.
I'm telling you right now, you're never going to find a better site. It's laid out so well. So thank you once again for everything you've done. I do have a couple other guests that are going to have to come in as well. You know, as I always say, it's open studio concept, so you never know who's going to stop by. So gracious Grayson, I might have you actually be gracious here
I
after
was
we
already
take
thinking.
after we take a quick break. I do want to read this. Matt, drunken producer Matt, speaking of men's mental health, I just want to tell you, this guy texts me nonstop. But I've just got a text from him during the middle of the show. He's not listening. But this is what it said. I'm going to change a couple words around.
All
right. He says here, well, I almost did it. Got in a big life-changing fight with the girlfriend. Took the car, drove to the border, left the keys with the door open and walked to the border. I saw where I was going to pitch my phone into the Rio Grande and become anonymous. A never known. I stared at the border a long time and seriously contemplated disappearing permanently. That's a long, hard stare into your soul. It sounds easy, but the mechanics of becoming a never known are rough. I'm broke. I threw vinyl lawn furniture into the Rio Grande instead and pretended to be a deep thinker. Contemplating oblivion was real for me today. I do declare I'm a wuss. Couldn't do this. Weird text, dude.
That sounds like he's in sounds like he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah, dude, he's got a lot going on, man. I mean, I'm not going to slightly even lie. He's been running from the law in Washoe County because he does not want to go back to Parr Boulevard. And he's living down at the border, you know, and it's like he texts me just these drunken random texts daily almost. Like, and thank God I don't have a jealous girlfriend because my phone goes off all times of the night with this guy.
Well, listening to that, one of the things that we would always listen for is a sense of hopelessness. That's one of the barometers that we check for.
Right.
And yeah, that text message sounds like he's in a dark place, and call 988, man. You need to reach out. And he is. He's just reaching out, in this case, to you.
Through coding.
Right. Well, sorry. Yeah, that's well, no, he is. He is absolutely in a dark place right now. So, you know, I feel bad, man, because he is a good dude.
Oh, I'll pray for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do. For drunken producer Matt, our homie here on the show,
The one before me.
right? This is true. He
was my spot.
He was the guy, and
Did this job drive him to be like that?
Oh God!
Radio is a cruel.
I'm just saying,
mistress.
man. You
Wow,
gotta
dude.
read the signs, new guy. Read the signs. I'm totally joking. Man.
Yeah, you are
Oh, man, I
wild.
love it. I love
Okay. Well, with that being said, we've got some more music headed your way here on the station. 93.7 on your FM dial. It's J Free Waves. We're the only station playing this one here in Northern Nevada. Check it out.
All right, let's get it.
All right, we're back here on 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM, as well as 1400 AM. And that was Jay Free right there with his third track on the show, and it is entitled Beautiful.
Nice.
And thank you, man, for
Yeah, of
letting us
course.
play your tracks here and be the only station in Northern Nevada to have those three. Your other track is being played on, you said, on 104.9?
104.9.
What's
bro,
the name of
yeah.
that one more time?
On there they got it Dance for Me. It's titled Dance for Me, but on Spotify, Apple, it's called Dance Baby.
It was
Dance
good,
Baby,
man.
okay.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Nice.
thank you, bro.
Yeah.
I just want to shout out my mom real quick. I think she's listening. Mom, I love you so much. Okay,
Hey, if mom doesn't
we gonna
support,
be
who
filthy
will?
rich.
That's right.
That's awesome, man. That's
Where's
awesome.
Jay Shuffleboson? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Oh, he's okay. Well, if Grayson, if he's not going to be on, if you want to go sit in there, go ahead. Yeah. So all right. Well, all good. We have got in the house with us. Speaking of, you are beautiful, Miss Teresa. Hey, what's going on? How are you?
You guys are so nice.
Well,
Thank you so much.
Of course, we want to support what you got going on. Of course, you are involved with Brain Nevada, but also a 501c3 because I can.
Yes.
And I want you to explain. This is how I try to tell everybody. I didn't want to be too knowledgeable on what you have going on before you come in, because I wanted it to be as if we're in line at the bank and you're wearing a T-shirt that says "Because I Can," non-for-profit, and I tap you on the shoulder and go, "What's that about?" So tell us, what's that about?
Well, so to give you a little bit about the Because I Can and where it came. And so like, it's kind of funny. You're saying, tap you on the shoulders and say, what is it? Just to give you a little bit of the background in regards to it. Everything is pretty much revolves around my son, Josh Moros. And if you look him up, back in 2000, he started his career early 2000s. And then by the time he was 15 years old, he was ranked 47th in the world in off-road racing.
Oh,
Youngest
boy.
ever to go pro in AMA.
That's amazing.
At 16.
That's
And
an accomplishment.
unfortunate. And so what happened is when they interviewed him one time, and they said, "Hey, Josh, you're out there riding your bike, your motorcycle on a 250cc against the big dogs on a 450. Why are you doing it?" And he said, "Because I can." And so
that is awesome.
it kind of
That's
like
inspirational, actually.
came down. And then what happened, fast forward in 2008, Joshua had a career-ending accident. He crashed in Wendover, Nevada in a national race going about 92 miles an hour. And he was down for the count. And so he was in a coma for 24 days.
Oh, wow.
And the likability of him waking up out of the coma was very bleak. And then we heard the things that, like, if he does wake up, what we were going to get. And he was never expected to go to a institution type of, facility. And he had a miraculous recovery. And in that recovery, we were given a lot of names. This is not going to happen. And he was a professional athlete. So how do you do recovery with a professional athlete? And what I found was, and I was a builder at the time. So my philosophy is we build from the ground up.
Right.
And I found that my son was at the ground at that time. He was at pretty much infancy stage. And so I found myself not building homes anymore. I found myself building my son. And in 2008, we all know what happened. The crash happened. So I chose my boy over my company. And he ended up in 2011 riding his bicycle across the country, 2,788 miles. To raise
Wow.
awareness
Oh, man.
about the possibilities of this recovery, and
Hey,
kind
that's
of like
awesome.
set the new generation into effect.
Oh, wow.
And they asked him why he was doing it right. And
'Cause
guess
he
what he
can.
said? Because I can.
Because I can.
So guess what? It stuck. It stuck
That
at that
is-
time,
what an
and I
awesome
decided
backstory.
we need to continue on.
Yeah.
That is
Right?
amazing. That's
Awesome.
yeah, that's an
Cool.
amazing backstory.
So that kind of tells you where the passion is behind Because I Can.
Right.
Along the way, I found that I became educated in brain injuries. And then seeing my son and seeing where his recovery was, which I ended up doing his entire recovery and kind of pioneered my own method on building that person. And I had a great baseline, I had a great foundation, but I needed to put a new roof on. I needed to close it in. And so I used that that of what those things were. And that was, nutrition, feeding the brain, fluids, making sure that it's hydrated, also sleep. And then I came down, exercise was a huge part of it.
Absolutely.
Those were all of my building parts. And my biggest thing was empowerment. And the empowerment piece was, getting him back to work, making him feel like he had value. Here's a professional athlete that had all this value, and now all of a sudden he doesn't.
Right.
And so I kind of pioneered that, and then became a brain injury.
That's awesome. It really sounds like an underdog story.
Yeah.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We were all down at that time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The building industry, we had a large life that kind of crashed down for various different things. And it was, we all healed and built together again.
That's awesome.
And so then I opened up a company called Brand.
So what do you guys actually do?
So I do a lot of consulting for the unknown. We do so good in the industry about saving people's lives. We do an amazing job. It's the aftercare, and it's the long term that needs to be dealt with. I'm very proactive, so I always talk about the what if, and that comes from my son. He was always like, "What if I do this and there's a breakthrough?" And so I lead with that. I lead 100% on how to be proactive. So I do a lot of consulting. I do a lot of planning with people and showing them this pioneering method that I do. And then my biggest thing I do is job development. I have a contract with the state of Nevada, and I get people back to work. But I do it with accountability. I do it with leading with independence. And so, again, with a builder's aspect and mindset, and I look at the whole person because every single one of our brains are different.
Right.
And so we can't cookie cut this way. We can't check a box for this way. We have to really take the time and really understand people. And I align myself with doctors, with rehab hospitals, and when I became a specialist on it, I had to be endorsed by several hospitals, and I got those endorsements so that I could take the test.
Nice. So you're pretty much an all-around boss.
Do you think?
Sounds
I don't
like it.
know.
Definitely.
I'm kind of assertive. I will say
Yeah.
that. I will own that one. I will.
No, I think it's awesome. That is great. I love the energy of the vibe of the story and everything, and how you took a situation and you just flipped it. And it doesn't have to be like this. You can change it. I think it's inspirational.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to say that I didn't feel sorry for myself that way, because I think we all do.
Right.
But it's that forward thinking, and we learn by our lessons, and how do we make better in our future. And with individuals that have brain injuries, a lot of times there's a lot of behaviors that come along with it. A lot of times, the depression that comes in, the self-destruction that comes along with it. And so I kind of say right now, I'm building people. I built homes before,
Now you're building
and
people.
now I build people,
That's
and
awesome.
it's so much more rewarding, you guys.
Right, I
How's
bet
your
it.
son doing now?
So I don't want to gloom and doom it. Unfortunately, in 2017, my boy was at the top of it again, working at UPS, that they gave him this amazing opportunity. He went to Steamboat Hot Springs and spent a soak. Their water was way too hot. Having a seizure, and he passed away. Yeah, it was a really bad situation. And when he was in a coma, you guys, I always felt like when he woke up, because he had an out-of-body experience and he can tell you about it. I always said out in the coma, because when he would touch and watch videos, how he touched people, he was like a, and I always said, even though he's here on Earth, in 2008 after his coma, there's part of it I felt that he was in heaven. Now, I work really, really hard on he's in heaven, but there's a part of him still on Earth, and I honor my boy. I'm trying not to
There's a
cry.
legacy.
I honor my board
Absolutely.
really
That's-
because
that's
I
awesome.
can in what we do. But not only do I honor him, you can see David in is the clients, the people that we work with honor him every day because of his method and his encouragement still in what we do.
That is amazing that
I-
you're able to give that back.
Yeah.
That's everything you do. That's
I'm amazed. I got to tell you, Teresa. I mean, I'm so glad because David just randomly showed up here at the station and said, "Can I have these people on and talk about what we do?" And I said, "Yeah, absolutely. That's what we are. We're a community radio station."
Definitely.
So I do have some questions. First is
Let's get it.
Mark Isaac. When are you going to start hosting a show? That's the first question.
I mean, whenever you want me to do a segment, man, I'll team up with you.
This guy
It'll be like
right
a
here.
real estate half an hour segment
Oh,
or
dear
something.
Lord. No, dude, I can't. I'm in here 12 hours a day. I'm so stretched.
You better start catching up on your real estate, bro.
I guess so.
Let-
Yeah.
Let me know when you got some time. We can talk it over.
I got fake estate. Anyway, no real estate. But no. Fake estate. There we go. Well, I love this whole thing because I can, and it is a 501c3, right? So
Right.
that's my
Yeah.
first question. So how can folks donate? What exactly is it that they can that you guys need other than just, or is it just funds?
Well, obviously, you can always use funds. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about it. I like it when people show that there's resources that we can help other people out, that there's something that they have, and if they're willing to step up and give services to people. A lot of times, what I work with, that they're at they don't have the funds for treatment. If they're exhausted, families are exhausted.
It's not cheap.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's not.
And and sometimes it is just understanding the discipline that needs to be involved. And I do teach a lot of real world aspects of it. But how does that? There's still treatments out there. There's some great treatments out there that make a difference. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be medication. And unfortunately, we talk about the meds. The meds suppress the brain. The meds, kill brain cells at times. And so, at all costs, I try to do everything about letting the body heal itself. And I mean, it doesn't always work, but that's my first go-to. So to answer your question, I mean, if somebody's got a service that they would be willing to donate that can help somebody,
Maybe like horse riding or something.
absolutely.
That'd be
therapies,
awesome.
music, a neuromodulation or something like that.
Free has
treatment.
music.
I have music. Yeah.
And so and sometimes just even loving on somebody when they just felt like there's no more hope.
Yeah. No, that goes a long way for sure.
Yeah, just knowing that somebody cares. I think that we were touching earlier on guys' mental health and well, just people in general's mental health, and with suicide and stuff like that, and how people literally think they have nobody, but they tend to get help or resources from almost like we were talking about earlier, how it's not your friends that are going to help you out randomly. It's going to be some some stranger.
Yeah.
It could be your organization. Who
Right.
knows, right?
Right.
That's why everybody's here.
And sometimes it's just education because you don't know how, like you want to help and you just don't know how. And, how do you open that conversation up to where it's not to where you put somebody in a place where they feel like they're less.
Right.
And be able to look at them as, I say it a lot, but we the people, we don't have to label each other.
Right.
We're just here trying to survive together.
Yeah.
I like
Well,
that.
I got to tell you, I had a story last week, and I can't dive too far into it, but our good friend Jocko that was here earlier with the Peppermint Hippo, he had a situation last week where he thought somebody might, let's just say expire around him that was very important to him, and I had shown up to meet with him right after all this. And he was still kind of in panic mode. Everything was okay at the moment, but he was just calming down. And I could tell that he was, he was kind of stressed out. Well, not really stressed out, but he was really, really, really stressed out.
Mm-hmm.
And I just took him to the side after. I was like, "Hey, bro," and I gave him a hug, and I'm like, dude, and I could tell in his eyes, that he was like, "Well, I found people that worked for me in the past before, and deceased, so it scared me, And so I was like, "Bro, just let it out." And I just gave that dude a big old hug, and I was like, "Let it out, dog. Just let it out." Sometimes we need to do that as dudes.
Exactly. Yeah.
It don't matter how much of a G we are or
No,
how hard we are or anything like that. We're all humans. We all have emotions. You know?
100%.
100%.
We all have bad
Yeah.
days.
And we all have issues.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's not one of us that are.
Well, there's some one issue I'd like to bring up that is current, and I just want to remind people: NorthernNevada'sVoice.net is where you can go over and please donate to the Floyd Fund,
Oh, yeah.
GoFundMe. And you knew them a little bit, Teresa, right?
You know, I did. And I was kind of sharing the story when, you know, they were on, you know, when they first started on the other side of the Mill Mall.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Eddie had heard about my story and knew my son. And so there was a couple of times, but it's been over 10 years ago. But I also know
There
where
was a
he's
show
at.
called Teresa's Garage. Was that you?
No.
Oh, okay. I just was like, wait a minute.
But he also is, I raised my family in Spencer Valley. And so we always lived there, you know, because we would go to
The ambulance.
Yeah, right there. And so anyway, like I did know him. So what he did in the advocacy and the outreach stuff that he's done, and definitely praying for him and wellness and recovery, but also keeping Sherry in, you know, in light. And you know, I'm glad that she's at peace, but I also, what a huge loss.
Right. No, absolutely. And the GoFundMe is up right now. Grayson Lee, Gracious Grayson, who was right here by my side, actually, has that up on the website. So if you go over there and check it out, NorthernNevada'sVoice.net, you can go and click the GoFundMe. It is the proper GoFundMe. No questions about that. So please go over there. There have been some fraudsters, I guess, that set up. And also, while you're over there and you're checking out that site, if you want to join us on social media, we implore you to please go and like and follow us on all social medias. Me as well, at Big Sport on all social medias, including Facebook and Instagram. And if you would like a website while you're over there, done, GraysonLeeExperience.space is where you need to go over and check out $50 special right now for websites that is going on. Hey, a big, huge thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. Big B's Unique Cuts, big shout out to them. Roland and Cheryl Sign and Design Shop, Neil City Creative. We got Oscar Fuentes, District 40, running in Carson City. A big shout out to him. You know, Nevada Firearms Academy and Range. Kirby Land. Who else? Am I missing anybody? There's a bunch of people. And yeah, there's a bunch. Anyways, just thank you, guys, and possibly. So yeah, I mean, listen. If anything on this show, I want to say that diversity has been great because who else can bring together Jello wrestling strippers, a rapper, a real estate guy, an HOA worker, a website designer, a 501c3 about brains? It's me because I can.
It's the biggest little city, man. It's awesome.
Right. No, absolutely. I love that. That just shows the diversity in this group and in the station. You know, there's a little bit of something for everybody. We're brand new. We're only a month old, folks. A month old. Yeah. American Matters Media was around for quite a while, but we have rebranded as Northern Nevada's Voice. And now you can check us out on 3 stations. It's 93.7, 1400 AM, and 103.3 as soon as it is restored because of the fire it did not fail. So we are getting that restored. So it should be in the next few weeks. So don't worry. 103.3 will be up and rocking. But we've got everything from, urban shows. Jay Free, you were on Luck Vita's show where he stamps local hip hop artists. We're the only station.
That was fun.
Yeah, dude, it is good because you come in here and we're the only station that provides local artists a place to actually play, have their music on the radio for free. And on top of that as well, we've got Rock and Reno, which is in here each and every Saturday night from 6 to 9, where we have live bands come in here and play right here live in the studio. We're all live DJs from at least 6 to 6 every day. The other stations, they may have 1 or 2 DJs that are in for a couple boring hours, but that's about it. We're not that corporate, carpetbagger radio. Right. We've got, this is not the place for any of that. If you don't know that other people have opinions that aren't yours, this is not the place for you. I don't like them. They don't like so-and-so. Or, I'm going to cancel that person. No, none of that crap around here. So saith the few. There we go. Teresa, one more time, please tell everybody out there about the 501c3, where people can get you, where they can reach you, what's your resources that you need right now. Thank you so much for coming on.
So, first of all, you can go to the website, which is because I can today. And we can also be reached at our office, which is Brain, Nevada, is 775-473-1077. And you can contact David Kaler. And I also want to give a quick shout out to David. He's a little bit quiet over in the corner, and he doesn't tell you.
I
don't
know.
know if he told you when you met him first. He is an prior NFL kicker.
Oh, man.
And so he's, I tell him, like, dude,
Man, we got famous
like,
in
you
the
guys gotta
house.
interview him.
That's who you are.
Yeah, so he is running. He is gonna definitely give him some credit. He was turning stuff around on the foundation side, really helping me out. He knew my son, and so he's coming back, and I'm helping him out on some things. He's making a difference, and we definitely are. And then the other thing of it is that you can always contact me at Brain Nevada, and you can look at brainnevada.com.
Well, that's so awesome. Yeah,
That's amazing.
Thank you for connecting us, David. I appreciate it. What team did you play for? What team did you play for? What year were you with the Cowboys? I might have a signed picture of you in my house.
Oh,
I might. Well, because my dad, we built the Dallas Cowboys training center in Irvine, Texas. When they moved to that in '85. And my dad became really good friends with Tom Landry. I went to Tom's house when I was 5 years old. Yes. Yeah, it is. So I might literally have it. I have a,
Cowboys, Patriots, Rams.
yeah, dude, that's crazy. And I'll tell you a sad story about that whole thing too. Is that I had an '85, a ball that Tom gave me personally inside of a case that had been signed by all the Dallas Cowboys in 1985. And when I look back at that whole entire year, and I'm like, oh my God, all the rookies and all the players right there, that's just insane. There's the kicker. There's the kicker on my life. But that's awesome. Man. So it just, I said, again, as Jay Shufflebosa just said, you never know. It's such a small world. Jay, where can people find you online?
Just go on YouTube and just type in "getting a boner during an ultrasound."
Right. Well, it's there.
It's there.
It is. It literally is.
There's not a lot of videos on YouTube of people getting a boner during an ultrasound. I cornered the market.
You definitely have your niche.
Yeah.
I found my calling.
Did he corner it or triangle the market?
Of all the stuff on YouTube, there's that.
Oh my God, I love it. Okay, and it's Jay Shufflebosa. Can you spell that so people can know how to get you?
Yeah, J-A-Y and then SHUFFLEBOSON.
And BONER. Okay. All right. Mark Isaac.
US.
Right. Okay. Right. I'm sure your story is not quite as exciting as that, but you might. Maybe it is. I might want to keep it off here if it is. No. But no, seriously, how can people find you and what you're doing, man?
So the best way is if you go to Ferrari Loan's website, or another platform that I'm really focusing on is Facebook right now too. So Instagram's going to be live probably in the next few weeks. But if you hit Facebook, Mark Isaac, that's MarkIsaac. I'm the guy with two first names. I'm usually one of the first names that pops up. So if you want to get a hold of me, that's usually the best channel that I'm always on.
Right. It's going to be real easy for you, ladies, as you're Googling Mark Jacobs. Mark Isaac. Anyways, all right.
I want to say thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure.
I hope you come back on, bro. I'm serious. I would love to
This was
have you back on and maybe do some more stuff. Jay Free, where can people find your music to download for free?
So you can go on my Instagram. I use my Instagram most anything like
Right.
Facebook is just like family, but Instagram tag is @J_.
Okay.
My links, my bio, so all my music, so TikTok, pretty much everything that I'm doing. I post everything on Instagram. Everything that I'm doing, I post on Instagram. It's all there.
Awesome. Okay. Well, one thing's for sure. I want to make sure that you get over to the wrestling tomorrow night at Peppermint Hippo. Jill Wrestling After Dark is happening at 10 p.m. I've got another set of tickets left, just one. So yes, topless. It is topless Jello Wrestling. So I'm sorry, Teresa. Okay.
It's been one incredible show today.
Yeah,
for sure.
I told you to stick around, bro.
I mean, it feels like sitting down at the bar.
That's what it should be. I maintain after a year of traveling around the United States in 2018 and being the youngest guy in the RV park, that if you just have conversations with everybody
And an open mind. You'll have a
and,
good time.
and an open mind, yes, then you can actually find out that Facebook and the media is not allowing us to believe that Americans are as much on the same page as they actually are once we start talking about it. You know, we could all completely be on different sides of the political spectrum, social spectrum, work spectrum, which we definitely are. And here we are together. So I love it. So thank you guys for making this an awesome episode. Maybe one of my favorite episodes since we've been back on the air on afternoons. And make sure you go and check out all the guests. And we'll be back tomorrow right here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. We've got, man, it's just been such an awesome day. And we've got an hour of Synthwave heading your way next. Tech Talk 775 will be back next week. Here we go.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Good vibes and good memories. The way background music should be. KNNR, Nevada's new retro wave.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. Your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etch gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
At Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them with the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by a Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Hall today, and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm Troy Regas, and today my guest is Ash Shovey. And Ash is kind of a guy that I like to hear his story. So the first thing I'd like to ask you is, you're not from here, right?
I'm not. No, I was born in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
You have a great voice. Thank you. So, and then why did you come to the United States?
Well, Troy, I happen to be a Christian from Iran, and I love America because my daughter gets to practice Christianity. My daughter is 7 years old, and she happens to be in a dance class. And I almost get emotional even thinking about that because where I was born, people lose their lives just for dancing or protesting and doing things that are very basic.
So you got the air out.
That's correct, yeah.
So, I'm a Christian. You know, my kid goes to a Christian school, and I've always been a Christian. A lot of people wonder about me because I'm a Hell's Angel, why I'm a Christian. And, but I think that's really great. So you come to America, and you're kind of accomplished too, right?
I appreciate you saying that. Well, I think America is the land of opportunity, obviously, and I think if you can't make it here, you got to ask yourself some questions, especially because when we came here to Troy, I first landed in New York, and when I was born in the 80s, my father had to bribe people so that way they could get us milk. But when I came to America, we went to this supermarket first, and I saw all kinds of milk. Fat milk, non-fat milk, almond milk, cashew milk, and I almost broke down in tears. That's right. Like, how is this possible? How do we have so many luxuries here where there are so many children that don't even have milk, for example? Right. So it's one of those things that it made me very much open and aware of what we have here versus what we might not.
So did you know English when you came to the
I
United
did
States?
not. No.
So you had to learn.
I relied on Americans like yourself that basically pulled my ear and started teaching me, hey man, here are a couple of words, and I just had to get around.
So you're bilingual?
Correct. So I actually speak 3 languages. My great grandparents were from Azerbaijan. I think when the Soviets were trying to get them to convert to communism, they basically said no, so they migrated to Iran. But they never talked about their Christian backgrounds or anything like that, just because they're worried about prosecution.
Wow. So, man, your family's come from a long place, so country to country to country, right? So
Absolutely.
mine's kind of more easier. I have a grandpa that came from Greece, and then I have a grandma and grandpa that came from Norway, and so they're Norwegian and Sweden, but they met in Canada as kids, and they got married and they came to the United States. So my grandparents are kind of the same way. They said, you know, they never taught me their languages, though.
Right.
And what they always said is, look, you're an American, and you're in the greatest country in the world. So as a kid growing up, I was always told that you're the melting pot, you're the greatest country in the world, you know, and so I appreciated that.
Yeah, of course.
I grew up here my whole life. I was lucky enough to be born in Nevada, so, you know, I'm a Nevadan. And so how do you get to Nevada?
That makes you a patriot, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I'm the same way as well. Claire, my mother is going to be very mad at me for saying this, but Claire speaks no Farsi at all, right? Because for me, I pretend like I was an American that happened to be born in the wrong zip code, right? Because I have a lot of the same values. My father was here. He got a couple of bachelor's, master's, and a PhD from USC in the 60s and 70s. I think so as well. A very good man. And he traveled back to Iran during the revolution when Americans being held hostage and so on and so forth. And here we are today. But glad to hear about your family as well, because I think most of us immigrants, and sorry to say, but I feel like it's a little bit more personal to us because we just firsthand experience what we have here versus what we just had back home, right? And it just makes us a little bit more patriotic.
Yeah, and I think that was instilled in me because I was born here. So, like I like to tell people I'm a Nevadan.
Right.
And then I'm an American.
Absolutely. Right.
You know, and it means a lot. And probably go a little further. I think I'm from a small town that kind of got big. You know,
That's right.
Kid, this was a small town. It was like 50,000 people.
No, absolutely.
So that's really cool. And then, so we finally meet at a Black Lives Matter. How do you get there? how do you get to the Black Lives Matter thing?
Let me back up a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah, please tell your story.
So we were in Los Angeles, California, and because that's where my father had gone to college, like I mentioned, and right, correct. My wife is from Apple Hill area, right? So her grandparents, exactly. So her grandparents were in Reno, born and raised, if I'm not mistaken. They had gone to UNR here, so she had some family ties here in Reno. And when she just was sick and tired of my office was right down the street from my from my home, we got burglarized 3 times in the same year. So in America, in LA, and this is 2019.
LA.
Okay. Sorry, almost America.
All right.
But that's when she was like, I don't feel safe to have my daughter here. So can we move up? And that's why we came to Reno, Nevada. And when I came here, honestly, Troy, I felt a little bit guilty because I've done really well for myself in the tech world, obviously, because of Americans like yourself, because I needed to earn my citizenship. I made sure there's just no stain on my records whatsoever. And I tried to earn my position here by creating employment and being a straight up human being as much as I possibly could. But when we came here, we started donating to organizations, and because I feel like the money I had didn't belong to me. I relied on truly a lot of Americans like yourself, or even your parents, first generation Americans or immigrants, to basically teach me what the values of America means. And when I came here, I got together with a lot of veterans. I donated to Veterans Memorial Wall, and a lot of great Americans got around me, and just from day one started teaching me what it means to be an American. How you and I met is that, can I tell the story?
Sure. Yeah.
So
I'm interested.
It's June 2020, right? The whole world is melting down because there was a lot of protests. New York was burning down, Seattle was burning down, Portland, LA, all kinds of things were happening. And because of my minority background and whatnot, I just happened to be on social media and obviously connected with all kinds of different people. I get a phone call from Leela. Leela reaches out to me. She says, hey, you happen to know Dr. Norris Dupree, who happens to be part of diversity, equity, inclusion with, I think, RPD and so on and so forth. And I got your number through him. We see that you're on social media. You have over 100-something thousand followers. We would love for you to come by and speak on stage.
Right.
I was honored and I was taken back because I am not a person of color, even though I feel like I'm an immigrant. I always get everybody categorized as minorities, but even though we have a lot of different minorities, just as a quick segment too. At some point, I worked with Minority Business Development Agency under Department of Commerce. Even within minorities that I thought, oh, you all get along, right? I realized there's so many different flavors and different differences there. But regardless, I was invited to speak on the stage, and I basically let Leela and everybody know, because I'm a Christian and I hope I'm not offensive. All I'm going to have to say and do, I'm going to pray, and I'm going to pray for peace. Because Troy, I have virtually literally lived when Saddam Hussein was bombing some of our towns in Iran.
Right.
I know what happens when we stop talking, right? And that's why I went to that protest. And the one condition that I had at that time is that I feel like there's this narrative that there's a divide here, and I don't want that. I'm going to bring some veterans with me, and we're going to make sure we bridge that gap. And that's what.
So saying that, like, and I agree with you. I think this divide to me was crazy because I grew up in Reno and I don't remember any racism. Like, I grew up on 4th Street, moved over to Sparks, but I lived in a black neighborhood. My best friends were black, and nobody really had any issues. Like, everyone just kind of got along. And so I didn't really understand the whole thing and how it blew up. Right. And how people started getting so mad. And I wasn't ever against Black Lives Matter, but I was against like the destruction of property, people getting hurt. Like I just sat there and I thought, wow, this is our country.
Right.
What's going on here? It's terrible.
Right.
So what did you think of that? Because, you know, here you're want to be a good American. And what did you think of all that, that explosion of,
Troy, I hope I don't get myself in too much trouble, but I want to be very transparent with you here and tell me to stop if it's too transparent.
No.
But when I went to Black Lives Matter, sat down, Leela knew I was coming there with a couple of veterans. Boone was with me, Dale was with me. And when we sat down, Leela at some point said, she came in almost in tears and very nervous, saying that, hey, I think we're going to get shot up. I was like, wait, hold on.
What do you mean shot up?
She basically said,
by
hey,
the cops?
We might just get shot up, right? And I had no idea who's going to shoot us. What are you talking about? She said, hey, listen, there's a lot of people just showing up here. It seems like there might be military or some otherwise, but everybody's wearing AR-15s. Everybody's just coming in with heavy guns and so on and so forth. And we feel like we're just literally about to get shot up here live.
Right.
And I basically said, I don't think so. I've lived in actual war zones, and this is Virginia Street. It doesn't feel like it.
Right.
It's like, well, are they with you? Because they seem like they're veterans.
Right.
So Boone and Dale were both with me, and I felt comfortable. I was like, hey, I don't know, but I'll go talk to them. She's like, oh, you feel comfortable going talk to them? I'm like, yeah, of course. They're probably,
why not?
we know it, and I don't think that anything's going to happen.
So you weren't at the Black Lives Matter event prior?
No.
The one where there was actually breaking of windows and property and stuff like that, right?
I didn't even know there was a prior one. No, I didn't know. No.
Well, that's kind of how I get there.
Oh, okay.
So kind of where we were standing, there's a shop called Antique Angel, and it's a wedding shop. And the lady had been here for over 50 years. And, you know, because I'm a wholesale florist, I would sell her flowers, and not a lot of flowers. Like, she would maybe buy, I don't know, $500 a year from me, which is to me a small amount.
Right.
But at the same time, when you run a business, you want all the business. I mean, you can't live off of whales. You got to have everything from, you know, the smallest business up to the largest business to get your volume. And so what had happened for me, and I knew they came before and all her windows were broke and they were all boarded up. Well, what happened is she called me and she needed a bunch of white roses. And just to tell you, wholesale, a bunch of white roses isn't a lot of money. It's, I probably charged $20 for 25 stems.
Okay.
But she was kind of crying, and she was older. I knew her for a long time. And so I was like, well, let me get on my motorcycle on the way home and I'll bring them to you, which is out of the way. I live in Sparks.
Right.
And when I got there, she was telling me how they broke all her windows, and she lived up above her place right there on the property. And then she showed me this letter from the police department, and it basically said, you should get out. We can't protect you, etc. And that really hit me hard, because I thought, wow, here we are in Reno, Nevada, where I've grown up, and the cops can't protect her.
Right.
Like to me, that was astonishing or
Right.
like I didn't understand it, and she didn't know what she was going to do, and so I, also being part of the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs and the Hell's Angel, I thought, well, we need to make sure nothing happens to her.
Right.
You know, if the police departments aren't going to stand up for her, we should go down and stand up. So that's why I call people and I go down there. It has nothing to do, because there were some military there, and I think where we were lined up, we were all the bikers.
Right.
And there was some military somewhere. But, you know, I was only in charge of, I think we had about 200 guys there, and they were of all color. You know, we have bikers that are black, white, brown, like it doesn't matter to us. Girl clubs, some are gay, like who cares? Because the only thing we care about is bikers.
Troy, I learned a lot about you on that day because, again, the first time Leela came to me, she said they're veterans here. And are they with you? I said, I don't know.
Some of the guys that are bikers are veterans, though.
So when we talked to them, that was fine. We sat back down maybe 20 minutes or so. She came in and she used the word that I don't want to use on air, but she said, hey, this other group is here, and I'm pretty sure now we're going to die. I was like, I lived in Germany, and I don't know if I saw even that group in Germany itself, but let me go around.
They called us Nazis.
You said it. I didn't want to say the word.
Well, the only reason I say that is because there's a couple of commissioners that call us Nazis, and that's why I started running.
Well, and again, I hope I'm not being too transparent here, but I didn't know anything about the motorcycle clubs or anything like that. And forgive me for being an idiot.
Be transparent.
But I had watched a documentary on Netflix about the Hells Angels in the 80s, and that was the only impression I had.
Right.
So when I hear Hells Angels are here, like my blood is like going up, my heart rate is going up. But he's like, okay, no problem. So Dale was with me. He said, I know Troy because I live in Sparks. Troy's a good guy, and I've known him around. He's really cool. So when I came up to meet you for the first time, and I saw all these people from all different kinds of skin colors and backgrounds and everything else, that was very interesting. When I approached you and I told you I'm an immigrant, I didn't get that feeling that I was expecting from you, number one. Number two is that every time I talked to you, I felt like you're very reasonable. And what I mentioned to you at the time is like, Troy, I don't know what's going on, but I don't want any bloodshed. I don't want anybody to get hurt. And you told me at the time, hey, man, we're only here to make sure there's no windows broken, no businesses hurt. I was like, that's not what Leela wants either. Nobody on the other side. I can't endorse everybody, obviously, but everybody that's here that I've talked to so far, they're pretty decent people, and they just want to do a peaceful protest, which is very American. You good with that? You were very good with that. And again, I was very shocked because what I'd watched on TV about you guys and the whole club was very different than my personal experience with you personally.
And
sorry to say, the fact that you also own a flower shop, that was like, wait a minute, is he?
Did I tell you I owned a flower shop then?
Well, that's when Dale told me. I was like, really? He's a Hells Angel that owns flower shop?
So
that was very interesting.
So that's kind of funny too, because when I go back being a Hells Angel 20 years, there was a case called Laughlin, and I was the one who would organize the attorneys and hire them and raise the money and kind of set the case in a direction. So I was the legal mind for the club. And one time we're at a meeting and there's like 500 Hells Angels, and we had kind of won this case. And well, we won it because we weren't the aggressors. And this Hells Angel says, well, what do you do for a living? And I'm like, well, I'm a wholesale florist. And you could see all these Hells Angels out there, and they're like, what do you mean? What do you do? I go, I'm a wholesale florist. And they're like, really? You sell flowers? And I'm like, yeah, I sell flowers. Like, and they're like, you mean you make arrangements? And I'm like, well, I don't make the arrangements, but I sell the bulk flowers, you know, and I sell them to people that make the arrangements. And I do 100 weddings a week. But I think they were kind of astonished that here I am organizing this legal case and working with over 40 attorneys, hiring and firing them. And I think they were all kind of astonished that I was a florist. But backing up in my life, because of my father was kind of a, you know, a known character. You know, I kind of told you the story about when we were kids, and I'll tell it on air because I've never told it before. But when we were kids, there were 4 of us. I was the second oldest. My sister Kim was the oldest. My sister Ingrid's a year younger than I am. And then my brother Sean's a couple years after that. But when we were kids, the police would have our house staked out, surrounded, and you knew they were there. I mean, I knew they were there, and I knew who they were. And my dad would come pick us up, and he would say, "Okay, let's go play hide and go seek." And we would sit in the back seat of the car without seatbelts, of course, and we would look out the back window, and nobody cared back then. And we would drive around town until he lost all the police, and he'd say, "Okay, are they there? No, they're still there." Okay, so we're still playing hide and go seek, and we'd drive around town for about a half hour, and eventually he would lose them all, and eventually we would go home and they would all be there again, right? And so I want to relate one other story to you. So one time when I was probably about 10, and the police were all around our house, this guy comes over, and my dad was always kind of a funny character on top of it. Like he liked to play games,
right?
Like, and he liked to laugh about things. And he always told me, well, look, the cops have a job to do and I have a job to do. And my job is not to get caught and their job is to catch me. So what he does, and, I would watch him with intrigue, and I was always fascinated, and I'd listen to everything he'd say. He went and got this box, and it was an empty box. And he acted like it was heavy, and he walked it into this guy's truck, and he dumped it in the truck, and the guy gets about 30 feet, and the cops go all over him because they thought it was stolen property. And you could hear him out there cussing, "Jay, I can't believe you did that to me," and blah, 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 and the cops are trying to look in the box. So that's kind of how I grew up. So when I grew up, I'm kind of a street smart kid too, because of the way I grew up. But I got to ask you a question about the war, because you're from, what do you think of the war in Iran? Just because it's kind of a big topic, right? Do you believe that Iran should be taken back and the IRGC could go away because there's a lot of Christians there, and they want to let their hair down and be like it used to be? Because I know growing up as a kid, it was when did it happen? 79,
Exactly.
79.
Right.
So I know when I was a kid, I was born in 62. I remember Iran being a free country, and then I remember the issue, but I really
Do you
didn't
see how
understand it.
quickly can change?
Yeah, it changed very quick.
Very quickly.
But I didn't understand it. I knew the king he left the country, took his family, right? And what did they call him? He wasn't it. Did they call him a king? What did they?
Yeah. He was a king.
What he
Correct.
was, king. And you had a different flag then, right?
That's
the whole
correct,
thing.
right.
So what do you think of the war today?
Two things, if you don't mind, Troy.
Sure.
I still have family members there, and
Which it's hard on them,
right, very hard on them. And unfortunately, because this is a public radio show, if anything I say, they'll have people show up at their door, and their lives could be at jeopardy.
Well, then don't say anything.
Yeah. So if you don't
Yeah.
mind, I'll just keep it very general. But the reason why we have to be very grateful for what we have here, and I'm saying this as an immigrant, in Iran, we did not have good immigration policies.
Right.
We let some people come in that are not true Iranians.
Right.
They're from other places, and they started ruling over us.
Oh.
And things change very, very,
Very
very
quickly.
quickly, right?
And then they become the IRGC, right?
If you're okay with it, I won't name names,
Yeah,
but they
no,
become the
you don't have to
regime
say-
of
yeah.
the governments who
Right,
unfortunately end
right.
up prosecuting people like me.
Right.
When I'm in high school, you're not allowed to wear gel. When you're in high school, you're even as a guy, you're not allowed to wear. For example, there's one day so and so wakes up and he doesn't feel like even guys should be wearing short sleeves t-shirts, right?
Right.
Because it's all of a sudden it's illegal. Having a cassette tape
So as
player,
a guy, you can't wear a shirt like
No.
that. You have to wear a shirt like I have on.
for having this conversation, Troy, like I'm having today here with you, I would have been hung.
Wow.
For having just the short sleeve that I'm wearing today, I would have not been here right now.
Wow. That's sad.
Right. But that's what made me show up to June 2020 when
Right.
everything was going down. Why?
Right.
Because I look at Virginia Street and we cannot afford to have this place turned into Iran.
I agree.
And when I met you, it was such a shock for me because, again, it was such a contrary to all the things that I'd seen on TV, right?
Right,
And that was interesting to me. And again, I don't know everybody's background. I have my own my background. You have your own background. Everybody's got their own background, but we're all Americans. And
Yeah.
if we lose the communication line, and we're done. We
Right.
might as well let a bunch of adversaries come in here and rule us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. So what it's taking place in Iran, two things. As a patriot American, I hate the fact that our boys and girls are there. I don't want our
Right.
boys and girls to be there because I hate to say it, but having experienced there firsthand, there's such deep issues there that I don't want another 21 years of Afghanistan, Iraq for
War.
us
Yeah,
to get
go on
stuck in,
forever.
right? And I hope that's not too controversial. But also for the Iranian people, Americans were freed by the hands of Americans.
Right.
Iranians need to also be freed by the hands of Iranians, right?
Iranians,
We
right.
can help and other countries can help and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, it's one of those things that I don't know if what the solution is for them because I'm not smart enough. But what I know for the solution is for us is to hold on to the values that we have here today.
Sure.
And let's make sure we can love each other and have communication with each other. Let's make sure
Agreed.
I
Yeah.
can practice my freedom of speech. I can. When I first landed in 2003 in New York with my cousin, he was talking about the war going on in Afghanistan or Iraq at the time, right? He stuck his head out and he said, "George Bush, you suck." Right? I was like, "No, don't do that. We're gonna get shot." He said, "No, man,
This America.
This is America. Watch this." He stuck his head out. He's like, "Bill Clinton sucks too." I was like, "No, don't do that, man. What about the next checkpoint?" He's like, "Checkpoints? We don't have checkpoints here."
Yeah.
So Reno, I
Unless
beg you.
it's a DUI checkpoint, right?
But Reno, my message to you is like, please hang on to the values that we have. Please
Right.
don't lose those values.
Right.
Because very, very, very quickly, a beautiful place like Iran that used to be like the Paris of Middle East. We used
Right.
to have all these
Right.
military there, all these beautiful beaches, all these freedoms. I'm not saying everything was perfect. Shaw obviously had his own issues too.
Right,
But
right.
I mean, for goodness sake, look at it now, right? And
Yeah.
nobody can breathe. And 2.5 million people have been killed.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's a
yeah.
lot.
So as a kid, I also remember, and I don't know why I remember this, but I remember there's a lake somewhere and all these people from that country. And are they Persian?
Yes, most of them.
Because Persia would have owned it when Alexander the Great came there and was the conqueror of the world at the time,
And
right?
just sorry for the record, he wasn't that great. He only ruled 3 years.
Yeah. So
I'm a little bit biased.
but there's people who call him what Alexander the Accosted, right?
Yeah, sure.
So it depends on which side of the war you're on.
You're right.
And I love history, so I kind of study it. And but you're right, he died at what 32,
Right.
and but he did with 47,000 guys march around and like do a lot of damage, right?
Absolutely right.
But they were Persian back then.
That's right.
So, that's really cool because I don't know. I remember as a kid when I was young that there was a lake and there was all these beautiful women and men and they're out not jet skiing, water skiing, and they're in bathing suits.
Right.
And everything was
Right.
normal. And then it wasn't,
Right. Correct.
So it happened first. And, it's kind of wild. So
It happened in Beirut as well.
yeah.
Right. Lebanon.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, all over. And, it's happening right now in other countries, Ukraine, Russia. They're just, there seems to be no cease to it.
Hey, if we're not careful, we're going to lose New York too next.
Yeah. So I do see that. So what do you think of Mandami and the whole thing?
Again, I want to be very respectful because, I have friends all over the world and I
Right.
have friends all across the island, so on and so forth. So I try to be the field that everybody plays on me. I don't try to take sides, but I see certain policies that I know we've tried in the past that don't work. Like, for example, having free grocery stores and so on and so forth. I mean, we've tried that so many times and these strategies don't work. So
Yeah.
I pray hard to hopefully that I'm wrong. I'm the idiot
Yeah.
here, but there are certain things that I think we've tried and it's just been tried and true multiple times. So
Right.
I
And so I would agree with you because, when you have the idea of a government store, then eventually you have these bread lines where,
Right.
like you said, there's not a lot of milk in the shelves.
That's right,
You have to
correct.
come in and get what you can. And,
That's right.
And it turns into that type of deal. And so I do see that, like I said, kind of have studied history my whole life and that concerns me quite a bit too.
And let me, if you don't mind me, ask you a question. Let me
Sure.
bring it back to today as well, if that's okay. You have a lot going on in your life, and there's a lot of responsibilities as you have. Family and everybody else on top of it too. And then I hear that you decide to run for county commissioner. Where's that passion coming from? Why are you doing this?
Well, so in my life, I've had a lot of local, state, county government treat me really bad. And what I mean by that, I had property in Story County. The county would come and they would send the police departments in and they would harass us to the point where, people thought I was going to be shot. They would trespass on my property. It would happen when I had property in Washoe County. Like there was probably a time. So I go to federal prison too, just so you know. And I go to federal prison I get arrested in 93, but I'm convicted of something that happens in 84. It's a conspiracy to sell cocaine. And basically what happens is
So because I'm an immigrant, sorry to interrupt you, I want to understand this. So if cocaine is found on you, that's a felony. But if
it
it's
wasn't found on me.
Oh, it wasn't found. on you.
No.
But if
I
it's
never
fa-
I didn't sell it either.
Okay, but if it's found in the White House, that's okay.
Well, no, to me, that's upsetting that these government officials back in the Biden administration would let that go. Um, that's really hard for me because as a person who's been persecuted my whole life, and I see people, not be charged for something they actually do, that bothers me.
If you don't mind, let me push you a little bit further. What about now? So Biden is out. What about now? Can we not do anything about the fact that there was actual cocaine found?
Is it a half hour? Okay, well, let's stop.
Okay.
And then we're going to take a quick break and then we'll come right back. So thank you. Right on. So not to change the subject of where we were going, but let's talk about meeting and you coming over and basically asking us questions. And, you know, you go from someone telling you, well, we're going to get shot to coming over and talking to me. And then we have a conversation about the whole thing, right?
Yeah. So when I met you first, we shook hands and I told you, hey, I'm part of the Black Lives Matter event happening here. And I was expecting this reaction from you. At least I was expecting a shove in my chest, but none of that happened. And when I asked you, hey, is it okay if I bring Leela and the leaders over there to talk to you? I was again surprised that you were very open to having that conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. And then
absolutely. And I actually believe in quorum.
Right.
And I believe in conversation.
Right.
I think that's the only way people can work things out. And I think a lot of people think because I'm a Hell's Angel, we fight first and then we talk later. But I don't think it's that way. I think the way I look at things, if you treat me good, I'll treat you better.
Right.
And if you treat me bad, I'll treat you worse. You
Right.
know, I kind of have that, you know, what do you call it? Passive aggressive. And then, okay, wow, I got to be aggressive now. But you came and you were very pleasant. And then you brought her.
Yeah.
And you had a
Yeah.
camera.
Absolutely.
Which once again, I didn't mind.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Anything that was being recorded because I kind of thought at the time that was a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like a police and a body cam.
Right.
I actually think that's a good thing because when you're dealing with them, if everything's on a body cam, it's more up and up. And
Right.
if it's not, you know, who knows?
Exactly.
So you bring her over and then we go back and forth with questions and answers.
And
right?
you guys had good conversations, and I
Right.
really appreciate the fact that Leela was able to talk to you, you were able to talk to her, and the biggest thing that I think was fascinating to me was that you guys found common ground, because every time
Sure.
she was like, hey, as the Black community, here's the issues we're having. You were like, me too, we're having the
Right.
same issues, and that was very interesting.
Right. Like, yeah. And that's what she says. Well, we get arrested. I go, well, I get arrested.
Right.
I've been arrested. I think I'd tell her I've been arrested for a Christmas card. I've been thrown in jail for a picture. Like I tell her some things. I go, you might be surprised. I might be arrested more than you guys. And I think she kind of, it's like, oh, but then she goes to, you know, we go from that. And then she goes, well, you know, we're protesting. And I'm like, yeah, please, you know, you guys got your opportunity there. Go for it. Now, did you know about the Antifa people?
I did, and that's the other thing I want to commend you, because the fact that you could control yourself and you could control the guys, that really appreciated to me, because there was a bunch of agitators there, and I do for sure they were not from Reno, because we've never seen them since, and they were never there before either. And the fact that they got in the guys' face, I was very concerned about that. But man, I got a lot of respect for you for making sure nothing happened, not a single
Right.
bottle was broken. You had a condition that no American flags burned. Leela, because her father is also Navy as well, and me, because I'm a patriot too, is over our dead bodies for sure.
Right,
Absolutely,
right.
we're all on the same page.
Yeah, like we should be Americans, we should be Nevadans, etc. But so some of the conversation goes, she says, well, people we want to get elected don't get elected. And I'm like, yeah, same issue.
Ditto.
Right? There's people we want to get elected, don't elected. And then there was a building across the street, which is the Reno City Council.
Mhm.
And I go, look, I don't like a lot of people in there either. I go, there are people that kind of look at us bad too. And we kind of go through that conversation. And I go, but you can't break the windows. And there were broken windows from before.
Right.
Right. I go, the way that you need to protest in there, I go, you got 2,000 people here.
Right.
I go, man, you could go in there and take 2,000 times 3 minutes of their time. Talk about bogging them down. I go,
Right.
that's what we do.
Right.
I go, that's how we handle it. And I think her comment is, well, they don't listen to us.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, they don't listen to us either.
That's right. No,
You
right.
know, it kind of works both ways. Maybe our issues are different, but they don't listen to us either. And then what was next? We kind of go into that. And then from there, she says, I think she talks about elections. I said, yeah, we have the same problem. You know, we might not agree on who we want to be elected, but that's how the system works. And whether you like it or not, we're, you know, a republic society.
That's right.
And a lot of people think we're democratic.
We're not. No, we're a constitutional republic, and that's a
constitutional republic. And it kind of cracks me up because I've heard this when people in the Senate stuff talk, and they're like, "Oh, we're democratic," blah blah blah, and someone corrects them, and "Oh, that's not true," and they don't even know.
So Troy, I did not know either because again, I'm an idiot and I migrated here and I don't know any of these stuff. Like, so I fight for democracy. I think it's a good thing.
Right.
And Boone Cutler, my good friend, who was a psychological, rest in peace. Unfortunately, he passed away. He used to be a psychological operator at United States Army. He taught me a lot about America.
Right.
He challenged me. He said, "Hey, man, let's say 80% of people voted for slavery. Is that okay? That's democracy, right?"
Right.
I was like, "Wait, hold on a second." He's like, "The reason why a constitutional republic is better because of blah blah." He explained it to me. He's like, "Oh my goodness, I had no idea."
So you want to know what a true democracy is?
Tell me.
The Hell's Angels. So and when I say that, they can vote for something because everyone votes. One man, one vote. Nobody leads the club, and that's the way it is. And I tell people, we're democratic, we can't pass anything, but it takes a 2/3 majority, so we can never agree on anything, and then it never passes. But we are a true democracy, and we're not what our government is. And I think our founders were really smart when they set up our country. So
I agree.
There's a part when I'm talking to her, and she says something about, well, what's going to happen if a window breaks? And I said, well, if someone throws a rock, we'll break their arm. And if someone kicks in a door, we'll break their leg. I go, listen, we want no violence. You go over there and peacefully protest. She agreed. And then at that time, I saw a girl standing next to her run off into the crowd. And she went over, and then these 3 bands pull up. And that's when those guys in all black left. Right. And that's when I told everyone, I go, it's over.
Yeah.
The agitators is what you called them.
Right.
I go, they're gone. And she said, we're going to leave here and we're going to peacefully protest. And I was like,
That's right.
right on. Thank you.
Yeah. And she ended with that as well, right? If you remember towards the end of it, she said, "Hey, look, we came here in peace because nobody bothered us. We all showed up here in peace, and we're going to leave in peace."
Right.
And I appreciate it.
And I think, if you look at when we showed up and you look at our group and they thought, oh man, we're all going to get shot. Well, we probably looked at that little group in the black clothes the same way.
Absolutely. No, right.
We kind of thought, wow, man, they could be a problem. So we need to deal with them if they're a problem. And unfortunately, because of the lady behind me, I kind of felt like we had to stand up for the common citizen.
That's right.
Who was being railroaded there.
Right. And you were standing up for all of us, Renoists, because all these businesses being broken down, we need to repair them.
Right.
Our city council building being repaired. That comes out of you and I's pocket.
So I believe that the city people told the cops to stand back and not be around. Other than the snipers I saw on the roof, when we left and came there, they were kind of stationed blocks away, and the funny thing about the whole thing is I can spot cops no matter how they're dressed or what they look, because I've been around them my whole life. And I kind of thought, wow, there's no police here. Why? That kind of bothered me.
And that's what they told us too, that there's going to be no police presence there because, there was conversation about that, and we're told that there was going to be no police around, or they're going to be just observing.
That they're going to be observing.
Yeah.
So why is it you think that they would tell businesses and I know I'm kind of naive to this too, because I guess in my eyes, that's what the police are for. They should be there to make sure nothing happens, right? That's in a society, you need someone to stop anarchy.
That's right.
Right. And just like you need someone to stop oppression. I mean, it's hand in hand. Do you think the city was behind that?
To be honest, Troy, I think there was a lot of narrative going around, and I won't name names, but there were big publications here in town that were writing articles about you guys and the Antifa people and how it was contentious and this and that, whatever. And the reason why I made the video I made and it went very viral, and a lot of people appreciate that, because it was the message of peace. That I don't care what people are writing in magazines and articles. Look at the video yourself. You asked, you were very open to taking a picture with us and like and everybody else, and that was amazing, right?
Being filmed, the whole thing.
Exactly, because it showed people this is the actual truth of what's happening on Virginia Street, right?
Yeah.
So regardless of unfortunately what upstairs takes mixed decisions, we the people, we are in control. I don't care who tries to rule us. I only have one ruler, and that's the only the 10 commandments that I have.
I'm with you.
That's the only ones that I have to really worry about. But no human being is good enough for me to just say, everything you say, right? We're Renoites, we're citizens, we're Americans, we're Nevadans. We take care of our own. We have to protect our own. We have to protect our people. And as long as everybody's reasonable, I think that's exactly what happened that day. And again, I really very much appreciate that day. It was probably one of the highlights of my life, honestly, because I learned a lot on that day, and I'm very proud to be an American citizen, because this is exactly what America is about.
Yeah, I agree. And as everyone thinks that we're one way, and when they come and meet us, and I'm talking about the bikers, they're kind of like, wow, these guys are a little more, they're veterans, they're work in hospitals, they have if you walked in a COC, you might see about 150 bikers, which is about 10% of the motorcycle clubs in Reno Sparks. But if they all take their clothes off, you'd probably be surprised their jobs. Like, I'm a florist, someone's a nurse, this big old burly guy with a beard is a nurse,
all small business owners.
It goes on and on, but they're all very American. They love freedom. They don't want, like, our biggest issue is we feel like the police are always like targeting us, following us around. We have an event, they're circling us and stuff like that. So when she approached me, I was like, yeah, you're no different than us. Like, you might be a little surprised. I might be white, but I might have more police presence than you. And I think she was kind of surprised about that whole thing. But we did get along. And I was appreciative of that. I was also very appreciative that everything ended with no issue, because bringing all these guys down there was very concerned about something happening. You know what I mean? It's really hard to control 250 guys, and you never know what the hot spot is. So the whole time I was there, believe it or not, I had this thing on my shoulders about the concern that this thing would end peacefully, and that everybody there wouldn't, that nothing more would happen other than what happened.
That's right.
And
that's why I have a lot of respect for you, Troy, because it genuinely all comes down to leadership. Anything could have happened that day, right? But the fact that you're there and everybody looks up to you, because I don't care who you are, it always comes down to the leadership. Even if you're Wells Fargo, ExxonMobil, you could be Apple, you could be Google, it doesn't matter. It always comes down from the top, from the leadership.
It does.
So people look at you and how you're handling yourself, and they respect that.
Yeah, and I think that's when you see the guys lined up from the bridge all the way to the building, which is a pretty long line of people. You could see when we're talking, they're all just kind of standing back and listening, and you guys might have been a little intimidated because all these bikers were behind me and around, but I think they just wanted to make sure too that everything was good. And but I got to tell you something else I took away from this. So after I met you, we become friends on Facebook. And I always thought to myself, I kind of wish I knew this guy a little better, that I thought a lot of you. And I don't know why, but I remember we became friends on Facebook, and it was your birthday. So I said, happy birthday. Because it stood out to me. And I always tried to just keep some kind of a friendly relationship with you, because I thought someday our lives would meet again. And I don't know why I thought that, but I did. And I'm glad that we've
I'm honored
met
you did.
again. I really am.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear your story of your life. I'm glad you listened to my story. And one day we'll sit down and we'll talk about why I became a Hell's Angel and the whole being arrested. And I mean, it's a long history. Just tell you, I probably was pulled over more than 1,000 times
Wow.
in my life. I've probably been arrested 50 times, and I had the second longest trial in Nevada. So
wow.
So the one thing I also understand are laws and the Constitution and what protects us. And I'm really concerned today about people thinking that we have a living Constitution and that you can take it and kind of twist what it really says, because then all of a sudden you don't have freedom of speech.
That's
right. Like, we don't have to agree. And that's what makes freedom of speech so great. In other words, like me and you could come into a room and have a quorum and be completely against each other. But I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Just so you know,
I love my wife, but half the time I think this lady's out of her mind. I don't even agree with her.
Yeah,
But,
we might be on the same page more than.
That's
Yeah,
right.
I
But
love.
that's the thing. Like, you
yeah.
love people, but you don't have to always
Yeah.
agree on everything.
Yeah. And I'm the same way. I've been with the same girl for 29 years and I love her to death, but sometimes
That's right. We don't have to agree.
I agree. And so you have one little girl?
That's right. Correct.
And I have one little boy. He's 17. So mine's a junior this year. What grade yours in?
She's second grade. I
Second
met your
grade.
son once.
Yes.
Stand up human being. I
Yeah,
love that,
17. He's now about 6 inches taller than I am. So when you met him, he might have been a little shorter. But all of a sudden, like 3 months ago, I always told him you're going to be taller than me too. And because in my grandfather, we're all a little taller than each other. And well, one day about 3 months ago, I looked at it and I thought, wow, man, what happened to you? You're like a couple inches taller than I am. And then about 2 months went by and I was like, holy cow. Like you just sprouted.
Yeah.
Like just really quick. So your daughter likes dance?
She does. And Troy, I love that your son is taller than you, but I genuinely hope and pray that he's as wise as you. Because again, that day, it took a lot of guts. It took a lot of leadership. It took a lot of wisdom to make sure the narrative that happens in Chicago doesn't happen here in Reno.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that takes leadership.
Yeah,
And that's
and
important.
I appreciate that. But at the same time, you're being told you got shot. I'll go talk to him. And he's a Hell's Angel. So that took a lot of courage too.
Thank you.
And
well, you're so the reason you're the one who controls the narrative, right?
Right.
I know the Black community changed their idea even about the club as well, because like, hey man, we actually interacted with the president himself one-on-one, and he's nothing like what we were told before.
No. And
that's how you win people over, by action.
Yeah. I've never looked at color. I never have. When I was a kid, my grandma said we live in a melting pot. And she explained to me what that was. I'll tell you something. So my grandma, she was from Norwegian, and she believed that Norwegian and only Swedes should marry when she was a little girl because they were the same blood, which I understand that actually. And when I was a kid growing up, she used to tell me, you should be a sailor. And I go, why? And she goes, well, you could go to all these different ports and you can have women in different ports and you can meet them. And but when you get married, make sure you marry a nice little Swedish girl. And I was like, okay. So she didn't mind that I go and lived a great life, but in the end, she wanted to have and she wasn't racist. She ran a motel. She didn't care. She was never racist. She just kind of thought that when you got married, you should marry within your own, right? Which is not a bad thing to think.
As somebody who has experienced life in at least probably 6-7 different countries, 3 dozen different cities, I got to tell you, all my Jewish friends act the same way. All the Korean friends act the same way.
Yeah.
A lot of like my brother, he wanted to stay within the family. So he married another Persian girl and so on and so forth because he didn't want to disappoint my mom and dad. But obviously I'm the black sheep of the family.
Yeah. So I have an adopted kid that married a Persian girl, and she's beautiful. And when he first introduced her to me, I thought, wow, man, like cool. And I think he fell in love, and I could see why. I married a girl that's half Indian and half German. So, and what I mean by that, she's American Indian, and
Hmm.
she's American Indian, German, and maybe something else. And I'm Greek and Swedish and Norwegian. So,
Yeah,
I think love is love, and you marry what you love, and hopefully everything works out, right?
absolutely, 100%.
And I'm really glad you came on the show with me. I don't know how much time we have,
Thank
but
you for having me.
I like to keep it going 3 minutes. So anything else you got to say before we have
No,
3 minutes?
just that question, if you don't mind finishing. Why are you running, and why are you running right
Okay,
now?
so the reason I'm running is when we were doing the Reno Toy Run, I went in and with the 50 clubs of the COC, one of the clubs has a broken pat or a broken cross, which looks like a swastika, but it's bent a little bit. And the guy who started it, his mother is an American Indian, and the Indian actually went in. He's a Paiute Indian, I believe. He actually went in and explained it to the dais, and they still said that we were Nazis. Well, the problem to me was I knew these guys for 30 years. They have American Indians, they have black guys, they have white guys, they have yellow guys in their club, they have all nationalities, and they always had this card. And I believe the broken cross has 4 L's: love, love, life. And I don't exactly know it, but 30 years ago they gave me this card.
Okay.
And so I knew they weren't Nazis, even though they had this. And then he told the story about his grandmother was a basket maker, and pre-World War, she made baskets. And by the way, they're in the Nevada Museum, and they have the same thing on the baskets. Well,
Cool.
they kept calling us Nazis and white supremacists and the whole thing. And we went in over and over, and we kept telling them, look, that's not what we are. We don't look at color. And they wouldn't get off that hill. And so finally, after a while, I go, well, I'm going to run against you. And in my life, I've had a lot of problems with county governments, police, and everything. And I thought, well, it's just finally time that I stand up to these people and I see if I can make a change, because I couldn't believe that they would take our group and stand on that hill of who we were when they didn't know us. And even though many of the members came forward of all color and race and said, well, that's not us, they're like, oh, that's you, blah, 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 blah. I think they even asked us a question about, well, what color kids get the toys? And I'm like, we don't care what color gets them. It's that was never a thought in our head ever. When we deliver to school, we get a list. We deliver them to all the kids. Matter of fact, the way it works is it might be boy 6, boy 7, 3 boys 6, 3 boys 7. We just package them. They hand them out. We never even thought about we never wrapped the toys and gave them to them. We just, hey, the school wants them. Here they are.
Right.
Or people have problem. Here we are. And so that was a really tough thing for the COC and the bikers, that we felt like they tried to give us a black eye, and they tried to make our toy run not as great as it was. We donate hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they really tried to, 2 of these women really went after us in a bad light. And so
good for you for sticking out. And again, I will say this for the last time: this is the greatest country on earth, because
I agree.
With everything you've been through, you can still have the opportunity to make your voice heard and become a county commissioner, or at least have a shot at it.
Right.
We got to preserve the luxuries that we have here.
I agree. And we got to fight for everybody. And I just see the rise of taxes and the money spent. This board in the last 4 or 5 years has increased the spending by $400 million.
I did not know that.
And it took 150 years for them to get to like 700 million. Now they're 1.2 billion.
I did not know that.
Like that fast. And, I just don't get it. But I appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for coming on.
Of course.
I hope we stay friends, and maybe we'll meet up again and do this again. And another guy wants to interview us.
Absolutely.
Maybe
We'll
and I'll pray with you. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
Man, what a week. We have a super sick show tonight. I have three of the most amazing ladies in the studio. Before we get into the show, we got to talk about the community, and then we'll get into the show. So tonight we're going to talk. We're always going to start until September 26th. Chad's Pack. We're going to gather at the Sparks Marina. 8 a.m. is check-in. 10 a.m. is the walk. Chad's one of the best humans I've ever known. The dude took his life way too early. And at the end of the day, we're going to walk for him. We're going to honor him. We're going to carry a little bit of the burden. Remember the moniker. We're going to stick with it. It's okay to not be okay. It is absolutely not okay to go through it alone. Please reach out to your folks. Check on your people. Don't ask them how they are. Ask them how they are. Stay long enough for the answer. We're going to say that every week. It's not going to go away. Then you gotta talk to one another. We're so weak at that. We suck at that. Why are we so crappy at that? Like, we're supposed to be these big tough guys, and we have professionals available for us, and we don't call them. They don't judge us. That's some stupid stuff right there. Man, we're going to walk for Chad. We're going to walk for awareness. We're going to walk for prevention. We're going to help somebody else see tomorrow. All right. I want to talk about how we got to this show and how I got to be where I'm at with these folks. A little bit of a background. I am an only child. I was born to Evelyn Torzilli. My auntie was Mary, and my grandmother was Evelyn. Those are the three women that raised me, and those are the three most powerful women I have ever known. And when I say powerful, I don't mean like a boss. I mean powerful like an inspiration, like leadership, like strength, resilience, wisdom, and unconditional love. I lost my grandmother on the 4th of July, 1983, my mama in 2015, and my auntie married 252 days after my mama. I never thought in my lifetime that I would ever meet another trio with that same magic, that same power, and that same strength. But I did. And not only did I meet them and find them, they're my family. But there's more. There's a fourth, my baby girl. She's not there yet, but she is absolutely coming into her own power. And then we got my little girl, Mo, Vicky's other daughter. She might be the strongest one of us all. I just got my own little opinion about that. That's a good little girl right there. I lost my 3 girls, but God blessed me with 3 more, and then more, and then more. And through all the loss, I continue to be blessed. There's a different kind of love when you're raised by women, a different kind of strength, a different kind of understanding of what it means to protect, to lead, to nurture, and to love. I am the man I am today because of the powerful women who raised me and the powerful women that God continues to place in my life. When I look back at becoming part of this family, I'd be absolutely remiss if I didn't recognize and honor these 3 women. They welcomed me, they loved me, and they shaped me into this part of my life. My mother-in-law, Kelly, Auntie Galen, Auntie Joyce, Auntie Linda. Man, there's so many. Ada. These are top shelf queens. These are not your average ladies, okay? I want to make that very, very clear. Not your average ladies, not at all. And each one of them, these women right here, have individually shown me amazing love, strength, wisdom, and most importantly, the most thing I ever needed in my life was acceptance. They gave it to me. It didn't give me more relatives. It gave me more places to learn, more outlets. Man, it is hot as hell in here, Biggs. Ladies, tonight, I see you. I want you to know that I've seen you for 20 years. And I love you, and I'm so honored to be part of your family. I really want to get the show started. Let's start with something simple. Let's go meaningful. This is, on the first episode of The Junction, I spent an hour talking about my dad. I spent the whole hour talking about my journey with my dad and what that was like. And when I look back at that show, as awesome as I think it was, man, I gave that whole man an hour and a half, a whole hour of my power went to this radio show, but it had to be talked about. I think that's I had to get that stuff out. I don't trust me, but tonight, I want to talk about your stories, your sacrifices, your strength, your leadership, and everything that you represent. These are the women who have spent their lives loving, supporting, nurturing, and carrying everyone around them. We don't even ask them how they are. Let that sink in. We don't even check in on our queens. You deserve to be heard, and tonight you will be heard. You deserve the space to struggle without feeling you fail the people who depend on you. You do not always have to be the strong one. It is okay to not be okay, and it's even better to say it out loud. Again, tonight at the Junction, as your family, I see you, I hear you, and I am here tonight to honor you. The power I gave my dad, I want that 10 times tonight, because that's what you deserve. We're going to ask them some questions. They may choose to defer. Okay? I don't think any of them been on the radio before. For you folks watching the live, we're going to try and keep that going by wiggling the mouse. I can't see a damn thing you're saying because I don't have that kind of eyesight. But this beautiful queen to my right is my wife, my Lord and Savior, Gabriel. He brought her, man. I'm telling you, I was a piece of crap until this woman saved me. She tells me she didn't do anything all the time. She's going to tell you that tonight. She really did. By just being her, here I am. In the middle, we have our cousin Vicky, but we don't call her that because she's our family matriarch. That's Auntie Vicky, and man, I love going to the cookouts over there. That is good food. I don't regularly eat at other people's houses. I regularly eat at Vicky's house. The third queen to my right is my cousin Alante. Alante is in the mental health profession. She is not happy about this camera and these microphones. But she has graced us to be here because she's absolutely in the field. And the reason she's in the field is because mental health matters. Vicky's in the field because mental health matters. Kellen's in the field because mental health matters. Kellen, let me start with you. You're my wife. You're a mother. You're a nurse. You spent your absolute whole life caring for other people. When everybody else, especially me, because I'm a loser sometimes, like when I tell you I don't do crap at the house, I don't. If I fold the laundry, she's going to unfold it and refold it, so I don't fold it. But we all depend on you. Where does this woman that's underneath all of this pressure and responsibility, where do you go and who takes care of you? Because I know it's not me all the time. It can't be because men are stupid.
So, I have the support of family and the women that have been in my life. I've just been taught that you just keep going and you can have bad days, but keep moving. Everything will pass and it gets better. So, just knowing how my cousins, how they run, my sister, my aunties, and all these other women in my life, I know that just have to keep going.
Kellen's family, they're amazing. When I tell you there's a support structure from the top to the bottom, Miss Penny, oh my goodness, top to the bottom, it's all there. What about the moments like when you feel like there's nothing left? That's things. Are you okay with showing? You think it's okay for you to show it?
With age, I'm getting better. Before, not so much because I was also taught don't show feelings. Uh, in my time of growing up, it was cry, kind of got your butt whooped. So you didn't do that. But bottling things up brings on anger, brings on other things. Um, and again, with age, a lot of that stuff has come out, and I have to be better at expressing it. And I am getting to that point now.
I think in 20 years I've known you, that is 100% like full circle better, and you know, we continue to improve that. I think that's super important. We all grow up with like this big idea of being rich, being famous, being powerful, being in charge, being the boss, whatever you want to call it, right? Auntie Vicky has done everything, like everything. President of the company, founder of companies. She's done a lot. We're gonna get into that in a few minutes, but Auntie Vicky, like being as powerful as you are considered, like I know a lot of people in town, and when I say your name, I'm related to you, the whole changes. Like it's a whole like goes right into cruise control and everything. It's very easy. But power comes at a cost, right? With great power comes great responsibility. We hear that all the time. But have you personally had to sacrifice a relationship, your personal peace, time, opportunities, or other pieces of you that you were becoming that you put aside to be who we as a family expect you to be? And you got to pull that thing kind of close.
I don't think a lot of sacrifices. I believe that my family and the people I love and the ones that care about me have come along with me on this journey. So I don't see myself outside of family structure. Um, so, when people say powerful or this or business or this, it's it's just who I am. And I'm only that because of the people who hold me up, who hold me together, who support me, who trust me, when I ask that something is done or have a way to do something, they believe in me so much that they don't even question, they'll do it. So we've just come along all on a journey.
I've kind of witnessed it, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm on the journey too. And we don't question Vicky. I don't know why. We just never have, right? There's no reason to. Everything that's ever been said or done has been said or done, and it went exactly the way it was supposed to.
She has the look, guys. All black people, y'all know the look.
I'll be really honest really quick. Like for the first 6 months me and Kellen were together, I was terrified of Vicky and Penny. I was so afraid to go over there because I'm like, man, I heard you. Like, what are you talking about? I walked in the first time I ever met this family was a cookout at Auntie Linda's house. Mario's moving to New York, or it just come. I don't remember, but I remember walking through the backyard, and it was just like the movies, right? The needle skipped across the record, the music stopped, everybody stopped and looked. And Kellen's mom, I love my mother, God bless her soul.
Right.
She says, "Oh, boo, not another white boy." That's really how that went. That was my introduction to the family, and that's actually how I met Biggs. I met Chris because I was sitting there next to Galen, who I'd known before the family, and he's like, "Dude, you smoke?" I'm like, "Yeah, get out of here, let's go." And that the rest of that is history. Chris, one of my best friends on the planet. Alante's returned. Alante's our health professional. She's a big fan of the microphone. You got to get close to that thing like it's an apple.
How's that?
That's way better. Okay. So, as a mental health professional, what do you see beneath the surface when a lady comes to see you? I know that's a tough one, but
Depending on the person's age, a lot of anxiety-related issues for the younger population, more depression for the older.
I would think it's the other way around. Huh, that's wild. You think when people come in, because I just realized, like, writing this show, that I do it. I go to the VA and I flat out lie to my doctor. He says, "How do you feel on a scale of 1 to 10? My answer is always 25, 30. Do you have any thoughts of harming yourself? No, my ego's too big. I'd rather hurt somebody else, right? I say that every single time. Right? And I never have thoughts of harming myself anymore. That's silly. But I do think, what would the world be like? Would it be better for my wife if I wasn't here? Because I used to have a sick life insurance policy. And I used to think about that. Not that I wanted to die. I was thinking about how well off I could take care of my wife. I'd live that hell of a lot. Man, the fact that I'm even here is amazing. We're going to go back to Vicky. And we're going to go with, you kind of answered the third question, so I'm going to leave that one alone. But as a leader, an entrepreneur, and absolute matriarch of our family, everybody comes to the strong woman when we break. Where do you go? You told us about your network. Is there a specific person? You don't have to name that person, but is there a specific person that's my backbone?
I have well, I have my husband, I have friends, I have my sister circle. I do a lot of community work. So those things to me relieve stress, or they're an outlet for stress or depression or anxiety, getting out and being in the community, calling my best friend, things like that. So it's a group, it's a network, it's a circle, and it's more than just one outlet. You can't just put your trust in one single solitary source. So I have multiple sources, friends, family. I even look it up with my cousin here, or I have my other cousin that comes over on Sundays. Those are so many different ways that I take care of myself mentally.
That's awesome. Are you guys listening to see how easy it is to just talk to other people about what you're going through? And maybe you are talking about something that somebody out there needed to hear. Like maybe tonight, like the goal of every show is one person, right? We can reach one person. Then we have arrived at the junction, right? At first, the show was supposed to be really smart ass, politically disgusting. And after the first show, like, it completely morphed. And I talked about it a little bit a week or two ago at Will's celebration. Caleb was like, "I don't know that boy, Adam." Man, I even told my wife, like, I feel weird. Like, I need to talk to that kid. Like, he needs to know that Will wasn't the only one he could talk to. Probably the best one he could talk to by far. Even though I like the Bears, but he was Cubs fan. So I feel like, I don't know what happened, but the whole show changed. Like, we're not doing any politics on this show. We're just not gonna talk about that stuff because mental health is so much more important. Joe, you're going through this as we speak. I'm going through it with you. The journey's hell. But we're gonna make it through it because that's what we do, right? We're badass. Childbirth, motherhood, and now menopause. Menopause is the ultimate bitch.
Most awful thing on the planet for us ladies.
Right,
Oh
like,
God.
I would really like to have used that F word adverb before that. I think it would have really fit. But obviously there's physical change, there's mental change, there's emotional change. And I do this on a daily basis. Man, I want you to listen because I've had so many of you call me and you're like, how do you put up with this? How do you deal with the menopause part? What about when it's 4 degrees in your room? Because it is. Okay? Like my wife said, get a better blanket, sissy. But like, what do you do when we fail as men to understand what you're going through? I'm actually gonna both of you with this one. How do those misunderstandings create an alone feeling for you? Like, as I know it does, because I watch it live, right? But I can't explain it, right? Can you kind of, both of you kind of just take the microphone for a minute and talk about the MFer that menopause is and what it does and the emotional, like our kids don't get it. I hope they're listening. Dominic, Darius, Myra, I know you're at work. I hope you're listening because you guys have no freaking clue what your mom's going through with menopause. I was blessed enough to have a very deep and personal conversation with Kellen's doctor. I kind of get it, but I don't. And I fail on a daily basis at something in that world.
I don't think failure is the right word because you get back up and you try again. So you can't necessarily say that you're failing at supporting her. You're trying, not getting it right every time, but if you keep trying, for me, it was, I think Kellen, every woman is different. And for me, it wasn't as, as strong as Kellen. Hers is having some serious, side effects. And mine was a little milder.
Yeah, and mine was from a surgery, put me into instant menopause. And the unfortunate thing is my doctors didn't explain enough. For you guys who don't know, I have the BRCA1 gene, which is basically a cancer gene for breast and uterus. I had a complete hysterectomy. Everything's gone. Ovaries, uterus, all of it. So instant menopause. I actually thought I was going septic. I made my husband call the doctor because of the hot flashes. My temp was like 100 degrees for no reason. So I'm like, okay, I'm sick from this surgery. No, menopause. The weight gain. You're basically going through the transition of being that little cutesy, hot 20-year-old, 30-year-old, and then you're like this frumpy old lady. That's what it feels like. And so I guess it's just the entry into your little bit older womanhood. But the mental part, I do feel a bit more crazy than before. I've always had anxiety and depression. It is amped up a bit. I do believe in medication. I do take my medication. 30 pills last me a year. It's nothing I need all the time. But it's been very hard. I do flash more than I used to. But I think it's something that will make me better in the long run because my husband did a good job at actually reading up on this stuff, and he has told me things that I didn't know. Even though he does feel like he said a failure, which he's not. It's just you never know what comes with it, and it's just a very hard thing to deal with. But for me, the weight gain, you ladies that are listening, you haven't been through it. It's horrible, horrible, horrible.
All right, I'm just going to say that I'll take the weight gain for a little bit of sweetness because holy crap. On the bat, it's only been like, 3 times maybe recently where you've been having a bad day, and it's generally with the kids. And I think with my wife and her kids, like they have this little Peter measuring contest of who can piss who off the first with attitude for no reason. And I think her and Darius are 1 and 2 right now. So Myra's a very strong third. And there's days where she leapfrogs and Bo. And Those are the days I prefer she stays in bed. She does a really good job of staying in bed on those days.
Well, I wouldn't
Um,
want to live in your house.
no. Actually, it's not bad.
No?
It's not now.
No?
It's pretty calm now.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Hibernica was nuts. We went through some stuff over there. Alante, how do women start breaking generational cycles without feeling like they're betraying their family, disrespecting their upbringing, or abandoning the people they love? Now, this is not a situation we're probably faced with personally, but maybe you've seen it.
First, you have to start with identifying what that is. A lot of people have a hard time maybe recognizing what that is for them before they can break anything that's the recognition of something you feel need to change.
Do you think it's smart if people like we go to the doctor twice a year? It's mandatory for insurance. We go, at least for me, I have to go twice a year and give blood and have all that labs and crap done. Do you think it would be smart? Like, we know where to go when we break our leg. We know where to go when we break our arm. We have nowhere to go when our mind breaks, when our soul and spirit are broken.
Well, you have somewhere to go. It's just a lot of stigma that's still surrounds mental health treatment, and people sometimes can't get past it. So they
That's terrible. We're going to have a guest on the show next week that actually runs Meridian Mental Health Services. And there is somewhere to go. Katie's got an outpatient clinic. She'll get more into that. Ladies, boys, men, it doesn't matter. There is a place for us to go. There's an urgent care for mental health. I think that's freaking awesome. Like, I really do. I can't wait to talk about that, learn more about it. Go ahead.
And don't be ashamed to go. That's been the biggest thing, especially in the Black community. We look at it as, oh, that girl just crazy. No, go get some help, because there could be things that you need to open up about, that you need to address. Maybe your family needs to address, but go get help. It's not embarrassing. Don't let anyone tell you that, you know, I don't even know the word. Just go get help.
and it's also 100% confidential.
Man. So even if they wanted to make fun of you, they can't. But they're not going to. I know the people that are watching the live, do you see these women? This is what absolute power and beauty looks like. And I see power maybe a different way than I'm emphasizing it. But I see success. I see love. I see empathy. I see understanding. I see family. Clearly, I wasn't born to that family. Clearly, I am part of that family. I will be till the day I die, as long as Kellen will keep putting up with my crap. And if she does, I'm just going to move in with her. She's got that little, I'm quiet. I'm the never home. I'll be out the street. Kel, 20 and a half years. A lot of love, a lot of pressure, a lot of family, and a lot of change. A lot of change. What did our marriage require you to sacrifice? And what do you need from me in the next chapter? So this is more like a partnership and not a responsibility to stay to prove people wrong that thought they wouldn't make it, because that's a thing. Stupid thing. There were over under, dude. Smash that over.
Well, no sacrifice made. I don't believe so. But what I would need from you is more listening. You see all these memes on TikTok, and this, that, and the other. Men don't listen. Shouldn't take me 20 times to tell you to do something. Because, I mean,
sometimes that's on purpose because we just don't want to do it.
I'm going to chime
we
in
know.
on that one.
Yeah.
It's important to ask questions. You know, don't operate from a place of thinking you know what the other person wants. If you don't know, don't guess. Just ask.
Been with my wife 20 and a half years. I have no idea what she wants for dinner. I have no idea what's on her mind right now. Other than I know she doesn't want to be here. She's doing this for me. She's doing it for the ladies here. Alante doesn't want to be on the air. She wants to talk about this. They don't want to be on the air, but this is how important this is, right? We're all here doing this. I've already opened my soul to you. You know what I've been through. This is why I'm still here. And then Kellen is gracious enough. I guess I'll use that word. We'll use that word, right? Because we're being positive. I did really have the blessing of raising 3 bonus children. Those are my kids. I love those kids unconditionally. They're mine. I tried to pawn them off after about 3 and the family told me, I can't say what they say on there, but they told me they was my kid. And they're my kids. You ask them, they're my kids. You very rarely hear the word step in our house. We have stairs, but we try to avoid the steps. We don't need that in our house. Let's get into the fun stuff. Kinda.
Yes.
Kinda. Because I had a whole segment. It's not tonight. It's one of the shows I'll do by myself with just Jimmy Big, where we talk about how we always hear our wife. We always hear them. You don't got a choice. I don't know if you know what BGV is. We'll put that to Google. Okay, that's a different thing. But at the end of the day, here we are. All right, all three of them. Oh, I know where I was going. We hear them. We don't listen. We don't listen for nothing. I hear my wife the first time every time. I'm not listening. There's a huge difference between them two words.
And he doesn't understand where the menopause craziness comes from.
And I'm deaf in my left ear. So this is a
No,
fun
he not.
So, all right, all three of you. Quick rapid fire type. I don't even know what time it is. How we doing, Biggs?
We got 28 minutes.
Oh, yeah. All right. So, what is something that women repeatedly tell us that we hear, but we truly fail to understand? That's an open forum.
Even though we say we're okay, typically we're not. A lot of women don't like to be burdened, whether it's spouse or not, because, like you said, we're in the household, we're doing things. So, kind of just let you guys think, oh, we're okay. But as again on the memes, you see, we are not okay, and that usually falls into we need to be better communicators when we do have a problem. But that's just how we run sometimes.
That leads right into the next one. Unless you two want to chime in on that one. It leads right into the next one. When your lady tells you she's tired, she's tired, or she's trying to communicate to you that she's exhausted. Those are two way different words, right? Am I hitting that right? Like sometimes when like 7 o'clock at night in the recliner, you're not tired, you're exhausted. It's more of a physical, mental tired. Is that fair to assess it that way? Because I'm not professional. Jimmy Big was awesome enough to give me a microphone as a live. I think there is a little delay in case the F-bomb does. If he's got a button there in case I missed one. But I think we've only had one, and it was a guest. That's
Right.
That's my favorite word.
The whole household, not just him.
Starts with an F and ends with K. Fork. What does emotional safety from a man look like and feel to a woman, to a lady? What does that look like? What does that feel? What are we? You don't get to see it, right? We just pretend like you know what we're doing. Like we're supposed to be the guardians of your emotions when we're your spouse, right? From your side of that, is it a what does that safety look like? Where do I draw the line? What I'm supposed to get involved with, what I'm not supposed to get involved in? Because sometimes I want to just get involved in everything. I hear somebody on the phone talking crazy to my wife. I'm snatching out her hand, but there's a line there.
I think that means not trying to solve everyone's problems. Maybe just being there to hear them out, but then find other ways of coping instead of always trying to put the burden on yourself to solve things.
Absolutely. All right, trick question. Have you actually ever felt alone while sitting directly next to the person that's supposed to love you the most?
I have. And again, it's more of, for me at least, not wanting to be a burden, holding in feelings, and just, I feel like I can figure things out on my own. And I think with my mom being gone, that has a lot to do with it too, because I can call her and vent and cry and, have that. And it's a different type of void. And although other people are there, it's different than your mom. So
100%.
that's a tough one.
I have my mom, and I do call her, and vent a lot. But yes, I have felt alone in a house full, you know, not just with my husband, but with a house full of people. I still have moments where I feel lonely, you know, because
Absolutely.
it's not just being alone. Loneliness is a feeling, a state.
I agree.
Where,
I think there could be 100 people in the room and you could be alone.
yeah, you can
Absolutely.
feel alone.
Yeah, I went to Catholic school, so I went to school with all the rich kids in town. I grew up in a 13 by 48 trailer, right? You don't do that. You live north of McDonald's on Bueno Avenue. You weren't supposed to be at St. Francis, right? That was the thing, man. Those kids learned real quick. I wasn't one. But yeah, I got kicked out. But I was alone in high school. I mean, in elementary school for the first 5 years. I specifically remember who was bad to me and who was good to me. And I can name the people that were good to me because they're still in my life today. First grade at Catholic school is still in my life today. My wife thinks that's weird, but I talk to these people. I talked to a guy from second grade yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from a very small town. Like, you could beat the crap out of somebody and be at L&N Donuts having breakfast 15 minutes later because town's too small to have enemies. My dad was really good at having enemies. That dude, you even say his name in Sonoma, it's bad. You say my mom's name, it's like, that was your
Yeah, Lynn.
man. She was legendary.
Yeah.
Man, I don't want to
Awesome.
I'm not supposed to cry. But man, I hope you didn't listen to these answers. I said that wrong. I hope you didn't hear them. I hope you listened to it. This is real stuff right here. This is where we're missing the boat sometimes. Or sometimes where we're actually in the middle of the boat, right where we're supposed to be, and we think we're screwing up. And like I think Alante said, stop trying to fix everything. Just be in the moment. So that's my whole Y&T thing. Like yesterday and tomorrow, I try this with my wife. It does not work. Depression is yesterday. You can't fix it. You can't take it back. Anxiety is tomorrow. It hasn't happened. You're waiting for it to happen. Yesterday and tomorrow suck. You're not even promised tomorrow. Like, just live in the moment. And sometimes you're going to do some stupid stuff, but you're going to do it in the moment. I think that's got it all right there. So, one thing looking back that each of you has just stopped apologizing for. I know the answer for one of them, but what have you stopped apologizing for?
Saying no. Agree. I have stopped apologizing for saying no, or I don't want to, or leave me alone, or anything like that. I have my rights. I can set my boundaries, and I don't have to do it if I don't want to do it, and I don't give excuses anymore.
I
But
love
guess
it.
what? I don't take them either. I don't give them. I don't take them, and so I just have stopped apologizing for.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I've always been a yes, ma'am,
Yep.
for a very long time, but now I don't care whether it be kids, anything.
Witness.
It's a no, it's a no. I may or may not give an explanation, depends on how I feel.
And I don't mean this in any sort of way. Like, and I have made this. I want the real answer. I'm not calling my wife sometimes. She might sugarcoat to protect me. I'll call one of these two because they're not considering your feelings. Like, I'm not saying it to hurt your feelings. I'm saying what I'm saying because maybe your head's in your ass, or maybe you're about a really bad mistake or something that I've already been through that you don't need to go through, right? So I kind of like when my family says something, it really holds weight. Like, it just does. Like, they're just that important. Like, there's nothing more important to me than family, and as we lose family, man, it stings the older we get. Like, me and Vicky are close to the same age, but it sucks losing people at our age because we've been friends for that much longer. My wife has met people that I shared a bathtub with, and I'm still friends with them 55 years later because our parents were super weird, I guess, out here. But where I'm from, like, everybody has known everybody forever. And so that's probably one of the reasons she hated living in Sonoma because you can't meet people. And then, being one of 7 black people in Sonoma, every day I would be, oh, I saw your wife today. How do you know?
And 4 of the 7 were me and my kids.
Yeah, and then Robert, Dante, Eric, and Marcus, Dion, and DJ. Yeah. Tony, I hope you're watching. You told me you're going to watch. My wife met you. So you better be on there, little thug Nike. So, what's one truth that every man needs to hear?
True. We love you guys. Whether we, excuse me, whether we show it or not, we have a lot on our plate, especially when you're a mom. I'm at an age where people are taking care of parents and some are having babies. Um, you guys, just from when we were younger, you guys aren't always number one anymore. But we do love you. Just we have a lot on our plate.
It's important to me that I'm allowed to love myself also. And this is new for me. But just knowing that I tell I love you and I do, but give me the freedom also to learn to love myself, take care of myself. I've raised my kids and done everything that I was taught that I had to do, but I was never taught to love myself.
Never. We're
So,
Gen X.
so I'm
Are you
learning.
Boomer or X?
X.
So we absolutely
We're
were
not taught. So
No.
we're learning to love ourselves after we've given love to so many others. So just allow me that.
Right. We were the generation that was meant to be seen, not heard.
Oh,
Yeah, go in the other room and touch them out.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's important for men to know that it's okay to sometimes prioritize yourself. Yeah, it's okay to address your needs.
I think I said it on the show a million times. We've only done like 5 or 6 shows, I think. If you are not one with yourself, if you're not taking care of yourself, I struggle with this a little bit, a lot of it. I have a habit of putting literally everybody else first, every effing time. Like that's just the way it goes. And so there is no self care. There's no time for that, right? We're too busy.
Well, you won't be around to do anything if you're not here. So
Right. Absolutely. If we didn't love ourselves, we cannot possibly love these women the way they deserve to be loved. We are not taking care of ourselves. Let's be real about that. If you're a piece of crap, you're going to treat your old lady like a piece of crap, right? Don't be a piece of crap. They deserve better than that, especially if you got kids, because ain't not one of us going to do that. Even if we could have kids, and then talk about being tough, being all that. Guys, chime in. I'll look at the live later. Would you have a baby if you could? We all know the answer. Absolutely effing not. There's no way. Plus, I'm going to say it on air. I don't care. We do not have the intestinal fortitude to go through childbirth. It is what it is. That's a pain no man could ever stand.
Yeah, because I watch him with a cold, and it's absolute horror.
Here we go. I knew that was coming. I should have said that. We're kind of running to the end. We're not done yet, but I think this is probably one of the most important questions I'm going to ask. Alante, I'm going to start with you. My second favorite cousin, right? She was my first favorite cousin. And then Chris just, man, he invaded. Took his place. But I am powerful because
I'm helpful because I'm adaptable. I will find a way, make a way, create a way. There's a way.
Miss Vicky.
Oh, well, I taught her that. I'm powerful because I'm flexible, I'm understanding, and caring, and I can make I can make a lot of things happen, and I have a lot of faith in God. I believe that all things are possible.
Absolutely. I don't beat the bell. I don't go to church. I have church in my car about twice a day, and it's healing for me. I just don't believe I need to go to the building, and I think that was because from first to fifth grade, I was forced to go to church Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday Bible study, Sunday church, blah blah blah, church at home. Man, my grandma was a Bible thumper. Auntie Mary was a choir. That woman could sing her ass off. And when I got older, I kind of started to go back to church before I graduated high school, and I didn't go. And that's the crappiest part. I went to hear my Auntie Mary sing. Right? She could blow. Like, it was amazing. She would do these amazing songs. Like, I can't really listen to John Denver without falling apart. Some corny ass movie. But Auntie Mary sang it with such love and emotion in the church, and it was so special. It just was amazing. Kellen, I'm proud because
I'm powerful because I keep going. We've all been through a lot. I've been through a lot. And all you can do is, like my cousin said, have faith and keep going and live your life. Um, I guess it's not unfortunate, but for me, I've worked in hospice for a very long time.
I got a whole show written for that if you would come down here and do it.
And I feel a little differently on death and on how to move in life. I was in nursing school when my mom died. Everyone kept telling me, stop. Warn your mom. First off, my mom would have came about to her ashes and beat me. But I've just learned to keep going because it is powerful to be able to get through things with having bad things happen to you.
So I've got to witness Kellen go through some stuff, right? So in our 20 years, I'll bet 35 people have died. And half of those are family, right? When we lost our parents, man, that was crazy. Man, that was crazy.
A whole different feeling.
It is. And Kellen did keep going. And I know it was for her mom. It was for herself, but it was for her mom. Like, ladies, you have to keep going. Just like I tell the guys every week, you have to come back tomorrow. Ladies, you have to come back tomorrow. Like, we need you more than you need us, right? Like, for sure. All right, we're getting close. I'll close the questions with one for each of you. What do you want your family to remember? Not about you and what you did for them, but what do you want them to remember? I have my own vision already of all. What do you want them to remember about who you were? Anyone could fire with that one.
For me, it's that I loved everyone in my own way. I'm an introvert. I may not be around very much. I don't pick up the phone, which I do get better at doing. But I loved everyone in my own way. That's probably it.
I'll say to my family that I'm there for them. You know, like, I've always been there for them. But to my siblings, I love them the most.
You do. Man, her and Biggs are best friends. When you ask her who her best friend, Biggs, right? When you go to Chris, like, hey, Chris, who's your best friend, right? He's supposed to say Mike. Tay. It's Tay. It's Tay and Biggs. It's like they should have their own little show.
But watch when they fight. That's the good one.
Do not go to the house.
We don't fight.
But Alante for us is like the one we go to when it's one of those things we can't tell Vicky, right? Like, I don't want Vicky to know this. I'm not asking her this question. I'm calling her. I'm gonna call Kellen or Alante. And these two things they think alike. They're like, I think they were sisters. I don't know. But they get along that way for sure.
We grew up together. I took care of her and Chris.
That's not how I heard
Stop.
it. I heard they kicked her. I heard Kellen kicked them out their beds to go to the TV, the radio, and the phone.
That's different.
Yeah, when she moved in. Yeah.
Ours too,
Yeah.
MEAN. That's funny. Do we have time for one more question, or we need to get into the closing? We got 5 minutes. All right, I think that's time for one more question. I think that's exactly what James said. What's the next chapter?
Oh, gosh. The sky's the limit. Who knows?
Are you going to become a? Are you going to get your doctor?
You never know.
I know it. I know about you.
I'm the wild card. You never know.
My next chapter is down, I believe. Yeah,
So
I
she's
believe-
retired 14 times, and now she's working again, and she's crazy because what school do you work at?
I had all my friends at Lincoln Park.
Hell no! Have you
Yeah,
met
all
these
my
kids?
friends at Lincoln Park.
I love the name of the school. That's a great
I
band.
love the school. I absolutely love the staff and the school.
They can't come to our house because we have a rule: if you bring your kids to our house, they're beatable.
Oh God!
Facts.
Don't make those people think I'm gonna do that.
No, she won't.
I'm not gonna do that.
No, that's our house. You become beatable. Kellen, I think I know our next chapter, but
Well, one of them is travel.
damn. Steve.
But another thing, we've had some businesses, but I might give it a go with something else. Another business coming.
I knew that was coming.
He may not, but I got some ideas.
No more dogs, no more cats, no more business license in my name.
Oh,
I'll come run the bar, but I ain't owning it. That stuff was fun as hell till it wasn't.
until it wasn't.
Yeah.
Exactly. A
So,
lot of stuff
man.
is fun until it's not.
Ladies, it has been absolutely an honor to have you on the studio. It really has. Like, I love you so much. I can't put into words what my family means to me. The way you guys stepped up when my family died, man, it's freaking awesome. I'm blessed. I'm so blessed. I appreciate you. I see you. I love you so much. Tonight, we did not simply sit with three powerful women. We sat with three complete women who lead, women who love, women who nurture, sacrifice, build, protect, survive, and heal. Kellen should not have to break before someone asks her what she needs. Vicky should not have to carry this entire family simply because she's proven it time and time again that she can. Alante should not be expected to heal everybody without being given space to heal herself. Men loving our women requires more than providing money, protection. Saying I love you is kind of as easy as saying I'm sorry, isn't it? It requires curiosity. It requires listening without becoming defensive. It requires learning who she actually is and not assuming that she's the woman that you fell in love with 21 years ago. Ask her what she carries. Ask her what she needs. Ask her if she feels emotionally safe. And when she answers, don't freaking argue with her. Don't tell her she doesn't feel that. I do that. Don't do it. To Kellen, and to Vicky, Alante, I misspelled it. I don't know why. I really do appreciate your honesty, your vulnerability, and most of all, what I see as power, you see as everyday behavior. It's really power to me. I'm gonna close it down. To every woman listen.
I would like to say if anyone is in need of any assistance, please feel free to reach out to 988 talks, text, chat 24/7, 365 with a emergency counselor if you need it. The services are out there for you.
Yep. Ladies, you're allowed to be powerful and tired. Every man listening, her strength's not an excuse for you to suck. Be better. We're out of here.